And good morning. 8 o'clock, 23rd of October, 2025. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, I should say. And welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, which I share openly for the purposes of transparency and full accountability. It is not for financial or trade advice. You got to say that, which is pretty stupid even if you think about it for a minute. But that's the legal requirements here now. There's a disclaimer in the description as with some pertinent links. The idea of the stream here is, as I said, is my virtual trading journal. And I share everything that I'm seeing with the video, obviously captured on my screens, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking. And that's how I get the entire package into the recording. I stream it to YouTube for a couple of reasons. Of course, going on here. There we go. The transparency and the accountability is further enforced with the YouTube recording, YouTube live stream. And also I'm able to review the stream on other devices, which is pretty handy because I use only stand-up desks here, and I'm standing here from 6 in the morning till around 2100 usually at night. So makes for a long day. And I'm an old man. So there you go. Okay. I'm not monetizing it in any way. So your likes and subs and comments in the chat are greatly appreciated. As I said, it's my virtual journal. I don't multitask well, and so I found that using OBS here and streaming this works perfect. I don't have to be snapping and typing and putting things in the journal, which I believe journaling is important. So that's how I came to this conclusion. And I start streaming every morning at 8 o'clock, every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it goes continuously through 1500. So let's move on to the next order of business, which is the world famous reports, eh? Well, what are we going to do? As long as the boys and girls back in D.C. want to continue this tomfoolery they're up to here, we don't have a lot in reports. As you well know, the government in the United States is shut down. Of course, the House and Senate people are all getting paid, and the administration people are all being paid, but the people that actually did the boots on the ground that really did the work are not. So it's typical, I don't know what you call it. Anyway, we do have housing sales existing out today, which would come from a number of non-governmental data. That's out at 9 o'clock. Remember, these are Central Standard Time. And we are sock up in the middle of earnings now. I'm not going to post this, but there you go. The star means the report that the earnings number and call is before the open. And the quarter moon means after the close, in case you didn't know that. This is IRT, investing.com, which is completely free. You can filter it for your time zone, your country, the reports you're interested in. Do you want 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, etc., and the earnings the same. I like it because I prefer this format for screen snapping if I'm going to post in the Discord here or somewhere. And the other news source that I use is Financial Juice. This is more recent. I didn't before. It has you can filter similarly. It picks the time zone up from your computer, so that I believe is automatic. It has a similar calendar function here on the left, and then more of a a squawk box feel on the right. And it's more of the squawk box that I look for. Also, there are some differences. It picks up some other scheduled events, which are really important in our world now. If you haven't recognized that we are in an environment of very critical impromptu risk from the political side, then you've been sleeping under a rock or something. But we have today 2 of those. We have the press briefing at 12, and then we have Trump making some announcement or another at 1400. Either of these are opportunities for somebody to say something random and greatly impact the auction. It's great that they're starting to be a little more transparent with these announcements and things so that they can be scheduled in. And I'm not making any kind of a political statement here. This is just a fact. We, as traders, need to be continually and vigilantly aware of what potential risks may be coming down the road in the immediate time frame that could impact the auction. We know, everybody on the planet knows that the non-farm payroll report comes out the first Friday of every month at 7:30 Central Standard Time. You know that, you can plan for that, you can make a risk mitigation plan, you can be flat or whatever you want to do. But something that just drops into the market and has a huge impact that nobody planned on and nobody had any idea was coming is what I'm talking about here. And if you have any question that that's the thing, this was the result of a Donald Trump tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning 2 Fridays ago, and that is 227.75 handles sell-off in the ES. Completely out of no place. That's the risk I'm talking about. Okay? Let's get on with the pre-market then. Get that little business out of the way. IRT, Investor, which is Investor RT, by Linsoft, is my charting package. This is the ES Mini, the NQ Mini, my micro composite or high volume or high time frame chart, and this is market profile for the ES, NQ, ES, minis. I also plot the micros, but let's just focus on the minis. And the way this works is this is now the full session. So this is the yesterday's RTH, and here we are with the ETH so far today. Starting with the high time frame, which I recommend, I use this is what I call my micro composite chart, and it is the day session only, or the RTH session, and these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, like here, I draw or continue to draw a volume profile around them. That generates a microcomposite VPOC, and these high and low volume nodes, which are indicated here on the chart by these red and green lines, those values are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices, which are pushed from Bookmap to Bookmap from my RT. You can see it right over here. Let me just show you. Right here, every 30 seconds. It could be less than that, but come on. And this is the market profile chart, which I'm assuming you know what market profile is. It's time, price, opportunity. These are 30-minute brackets, and it doesn't really plot in the same manner as do bars or, you know. The only other chart that's a little bit different in its plotting would be a point and figure, but there you go. We're about 1.2% down on the day so far on the overnight. Volume looks to be a little light, but every time I say that, it makes a liar out of me. Let's look and see. Well, now we need to change this to the overnight, which I always forget to do when I change all of the charts. Every night I restart everything and get going again. About 86%, for this time of day, and our ATR is only 0.75. That's pretty slim here. I'm going to put this back on the RTH session and get back over here to where I am. Stand by one. All right, so we have the exactly where I was, but we know where we are for the volume and the pre-market, and this is IRT. We can see that our overnight is fairly balanced considering this is the open, but I believe our overnight inventory is I guess it's about 50-50 when you stop and look at it. We've just about long and short. I would suppose we're going to do a bit of a responsive buying to take some profit, and then the sell-off could continue. I don't think they're over with that yet, and gold is taking a dump and whatever else is going on. If you notice, the ES down, or the NQ down here, is not having a good day. Okay, to book map we go. I'm off my cadence now, I apologize. This is book map, in case you're not aware of that. This is a top secret, very expensive indicator that I put on my chart, my book map time heat map at the beginning print of every session. It is a vertical line. That is just a visual cue for me to be sure that I can glance left and know that I have the entire session in view. So here's where we opened, and here's where we are. You know, what did we do? We sold them off hard, bought it up again, and back. Here we are again. Now, this is the dome, in case you're not aware of that, which is the price ladder, whatever you want to call it. It is full level 2 with all levels. This is my high volume or my micro composite column where I enter these values manually. This is the naked volume point of control from yesterday's RTH at the close. These are the high and low volume nodes. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 on the RTH Open. RTH volume profile, which will start over, reset at 8:30. Hopefully, fingers crossed. That's how I have it set to. New update has been, this column has been struggling for me, so I'm sure I'll complain about that a bit. And this is a notes column, which is really important for me. The first thing I do every day is change the title of the column to the open type expected for this current session. And how we do that is, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare with previous RTH close? Well, first thing we need to do is find it, and it's right there. We would be lower than the close. And how does it relate to the previous RTH range? It would be in range. I expect the open type then today to be lower in range. And the reason I changed that title is on any screen snap or the stream, I can take one quick look at that and know a lot about what happened in the ETH session ahead of the RTH, right? I also plot the statistics here, which I don't see any of them from yesterday, but believe me, trust me, they're in there. There you go, some of them. And we're going to do them again. So, and these are the migrating volume point of control flags, which I'll talk about later. So the next thing I do then is clear all the notes out in preparation for today. This is the IRT session prices, which are pushed automatically, continuously from IRT. And there's nothing magic about anything on my charts or that I do in trading. I approach it all from a methodical, data-driven probability point of view. The POC, nothing more complicated than just a marker of price where the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Can that change? Absolutely. And will it? You bet. But this is the price right now at 45.6746. Handle where we have traded the most contracts so far in the overnight. The minute that one of these price levels is 33.79, that's going to go there. Simple. This is the VWAP Globex, and there's a VWAP for the RTH. There's a mid for the RTH. And you'll notice there's two POCs. A more bright yellow is for the RTH POC, and the more muted yellow is the full session. The only other lines that sometimes confuse people here, or levels, are the initial balance, high and low, because of the naming. It's an old market profile convention for initial balance. What those two levels actually represent in the real world are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Let's look at the statistics now, because I got a little behind the curve when I had to go take care of that. Okay, statistics. Again, very straightforward, very simple. Statistics and probability, period. The study looks back at 2,000 trading days. Of the 2,000 trading days, we opened lower in range 586 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 84.3% of the time, or 436, or whatever it is, 434. 83, what did I say it was? 84.3. Now, watch this. This is really complicated, all right? You ready? Taking notes? Got your screen capture on, all that stuff? What am I doing here? 84.3. Boop. Oh, now it would help if I got them lined up, wouldn't it? My big drum roll there didn't work. There you go. That's all there is to it. Now, this is an active level, and the market is trading, so this may change, in which case I'll move the statistic. The overnight, the IB high or low from yesterday, the IB, any of the close, any of those things, that's never going to go anyplace. So let's go back over here, and I just go down the list. The next order of business is the overnight mid, and it is 83.3. Overnight mid is going to be right in there, I think. Well, we can look over here, and there's the overnight mid right there. Oh, right in front of my face. Sorry about that. 0.3. And remember now, these are just probabilities. This is the probability where this level was revisited looking over a 2,000-day data set where we opened lower in range, period. Not hard, fast lines in the sand, not guaranteed anything. Previous close is 73.9. We found that a minute ago, didn't we? That's right there. 73.9. Okay, I'm getting way behind now, so I'm going to move on to the next order of business. I will continue these levels in a little bit. You get the point, right? It's really simple. And I'm going to do what I do every day at 8:20, and that's the TLab snap. And that is, what in the hell is that? Well, see why I don't multitask very much. The TLab snap is something that I do every day at 8:20. It is this screen grab, and I posted in a place called the Traders Lab, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Started and maintained through today by a guy named Tom B, who I like and respect as a trader. He's a professional trader, supposedly 46 plus years of experience. I have no idea, but I believe him. And I started posting this a long time ago, like in years now, where every day at 8:20, to give the folks in there that don't have all the different kind of charting or this kind of capability a leg up, if I could do so. And also at about 6 in the morning, I post the numbers and reports for the day. So that's the TLab. It's completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, by the way, which is pretty cool of them. Tom does not call trades, nor does he call trade live. And it is a Discord chat room, right? So there's that. But I'm sure of one thing, you're never going to see a Ferrari wrapped or a gold chain or anything like that in the TLab. And the crowd in there is pretty adult. So, I feel a certain allegiance to him and to the room and a few of the people in there now. And I continue to do these every day. That's it for the TLab, and basically the idea of narration and doing the stream and OBS capture and this idea of narrating continually the market kind of is a theory that comes from the TLab. So there you go. That's that. Every day I put a little plug in there for him, and I'm happy to do that. Now we'll move on to something that you might consider important, and that's being able to trade with Bookmap. And how in the hell do you do that? First thing you have to do is activate the trade control panel. By clicking this padlock, you get the trade control panel. Select a method you will use to trade with your mouse in the application. And if you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the DOM columns. And if you choose both, you guessed it, you got both of them. You can always trade with hotkeys from your keyboard, but after you have set them up and configured the proper hotkeys. But remember that you have to have the computer focus on this application in order for them to work, which is absolutely normal with any operating system. Anyway, I particularly use multi-brackets, and this is where the risk-neutral philosophy or trade management system is applied. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can use because it needs to be an even number of contracts. There's 2. You select a stop loss for the entire package, in my case, 12 ticks, which is 3 points. The first criteria that you should use for this is what is the risk parameters and risk tolerance of your account? Are you in a prop thing where you've got a daily loss limit, or one of these ridiculous deals where you got, trailing intraday, non-realized? I don't know. Anyway, you get the point, right? You need to not just slap a number in here. You need to properly analyze whether it fits your account, your trading style, your trading method, the instrument you're trading, all that stuff. Once you have this selected, the first risk neutral scale, or the first T1 profit target, is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as a stop would be negative. Then there's a runner. You can have different contracts, you can have different volatility, whatever you want to do. Up to you, up to your account, up to what you have determined in your homework away from the live market. Close. Now, you notice that I have the metrics up here, and I am using multi-brackets, so I don't need any more of the tools here in the trade control panel. I confirm that it's the right package size. I can click the button again. Stays green, padlock stays unlocked, but I get all of the real estate back on my screen, and I have cancel all and close all order buttons in addition to the metrics. So that's everything I need for trading. Okay, now what? Good morning again. I don't know where the hell I am, but anyway, I'm somewhere. I'm standing here, that's for sure. What are we doing here? Well, get ready for the open here. We're not in any kind of a gap configuration. Overnight is kind of random as far as volume is concerned, and you notice that there is hardly any excess at the top of this profile. Look over here. It's like a little pimple sticking up there. That would usually suggest an incomplete auction. This is much more normal. See how it just tapers down, or, to kurtosis at the bottom, if you flip this on its head as a distribution. So I would not be surprised if we don't trade back up through, as I said, some response. Well, we're already going to open now above the open, above the close. Which brings me to it. God dang, I hate it when they do this. Now we're above the close, right? So this is no longer lower in range. We are now back to higher in range as we were yesterday. And I will have to go through and redo the statistics. Sorry, but, hey, the joy of trading. And we're going to open in about a minute. So are these girls going to run it up here, or are they going to bring it back down again? I hate it when they do this flip-flop right around, but it gives you some indication about indecision or potentially what kind of an open we're going to have, doesn't it? I think so. And we got about 30 seconds or so, 45. Hopefully this damn thing will reset properly. I've been having a big problem with that since the last update. Not as a crisis, but, No, something I didn't do that I meant to do is show you the statistic for the IB stats. And that's the IB low, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So the IB low statistic from this open type is going to be 61.6%. So let's get up here and put 61.6%, and we're going to go IB low because The moment we open, which we have just done, this is going to come down to the bottom of our profile and not be up here anymore. So there you go. So the market is open. I'm now going to change the charting in IRT to reflect the day session only. There's a reason for that. Which if I told you, I'd have to kill you. Maybe not. Getting some lag here. A lot of data choking through IRT apparently. Oh, look at us go. Baby, baby. Well, we've taken out a whole bunch of stuff already. I'll worry about it later. Remember, it's like flying. If you have an emergency and you're flying an airplane, you aviate, you communicate, you navigate, and then you communicate. You fly the plane, you talk to somebody, and then you you fly the plane, you figure out where you are, and you talk to somebody. Obviously, the most important thing is fly the plane. And you see now that we've had the IB high here and the IB low down here, not updating quick enough to reflect these changes. This IRT is every 30 seconds, as we know. So, am I doing now that I'm busy talking? Okay. And I will do, by the way, I also plot the full configuration here for the micros. I don't know if I said that earlier or not, but I do, because I'm such a nice guy. I push the session prices, or provide them to anyone freely that wants to use them, can use them, would help. Many people in the TLab and Statistic and whatnot use them. Let's see what our statistic is for the overnight volume point of control up here. In this environment, it's about 84 or something like that percent. It's 83.3, so 1% only, not a big deal. Eh? The inside statistics, the overnight volume point of control, and to a lesser degree the overnight mid, which is 76.8. That's quite a big difference, right? That's 76.8 from 83. And the further you get away from the overnight mid, the more random they can become. I'm going to do this close, 70.4. I mean, this is kind of stupid, right? This is called OCD because we've already done it. But remember, this is for the record and for the stream. So I'm trying to catch up with the fact that they jumped into a new open type real quick before I had a chance to get myself together. Now we have the low and the high pretty much okay. They will continue to make up. What else? Previous high is 56.5. Where did that go? Let's see something here. Let's see the previous high. Where did you go? Previous high. I don't see it. That's pretty weird. Oh, previous high is going to be way in the hell above us. Yeah, right up here. Because we had a big range yesterday, remember? $56.5. Now remember, all I'm doing here is going down this list. You notice that IRT's highlighted correctly the open type, the column or the opening statistic open type, and you see how they change the text is highlighted from black to blue every time we achieve one of these targets, one of these statistics. It changes the text. Isn't that cute? Pretty helpful program. Pretty helpful program, I tell you. Now let's see what's going on in our world today. I'm not going to worry about the statistics anymore because we're in the game. I've set everything to, yes, I have, to the RTH session. Okay. Whoop, I don't want to do that very bad. Now, what I usually do here, which just happened magically, is keep the price level at 1 point. 1 point. In other words, there's 4 ticks between each one of these designations here. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. And now we have our open pretty well in the bag. So I'm going to put the secret, super secret, extra expensive, turn your heads away from the monitor if you haven't paid for this now. Blue Boy is on duty. And as I said in the pre-market, this is nothing more than a vertical line, but I put it right on the opening print of each session. My thinking now is to always keep the entire session in view on my heat map chart until I anticipate interacting with the market, and then I can zoom in to see price action. But it's much more important for me to always be firmly rooted in the context of the session, in my opinion. That's what Blue Boy's for. Pretty soon it's going to be over here, and then it'll pretty soon disappear off to the left. I want to be sure when I glance left, I can always see this blue line, and then I know I've got the whole session in view. Just that simple. I used to keep 5 minutes, as we have down here now, on the timeline. But as the day progresses, 5 minutes becomes a situation where you're only seeing, maybe you don't have any idea where the volume profile was, where session has been. And that also brings me to the flags, the migrating volume profile flags, which were quite important when I had 5 minutes on the timeline, because pretty quick, these yellow lines will plot all day, no problem. But pretty soon they're going to scroll off the left of the screen. So there you go. I have a certain advantage myself because I'm looking at both monitors simultaneously. I have Bookmap and I have IRT. And IRT, you know, I have tried to color code everything the same on both for my benefit. The IBs are high, you know, there's the previous IB high, the previous IB low, now it's down here and here, you know what I mean? The developing volume profile, yeah. The POC, the developing POCs here. Yeah, here we go, boys and girls. Here's our open, here's our candle, there's yesterday's tomfoolery, big selling tail. I think I'm going to charge a lot of money to China. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe. It's pretty funny. It's not funny, haha, but it's pretty interesting. That's for damn sure. Now, the IB high, a low from yesterday, and the overnight high are right here. That's a statistic that is typically important. So I'm going to try to add these, and I always, if there's a clear opening, 50.1, I always have the statistics in place prior to the open. But when you have a situation like today where I had several of them in place and all of a sudden these Einsteins run it up over the top and we change open types, I'm going to stick with, you know, I'm going to aviate, and then I'm going to navigate, and then I'm going to communicate. I'm going to be focused on trading and on the market and on the price action and worry about typing some number over here for the sake of the stream, and my recording, not so much. I can come back, right? What's the overnight low? We'll look at that while we're at it. 50.1. Oh, wait a minute here. What's the overnight high? Oh, that's 75.1. Oh, Dr. Billy goofed up. Well, I can fix that. I can put that right down there like that. And I can go up here and go 70.1. Are we going to take it out? I would say it's pretty close. The RTH VPOC, remember, is the brighter yellow, and the more muted or darker yellow, whatever you want to call it, POC, is the full session. Right now, the full session is trading 47.53. The minute it says 54, this line's going to move. The RTH so far is down here at 24.13. The minute one of these numbers up here goes 24.14, this POC is going to move. It's not magic. It's not. I would love it to be, directly related to my infinite magical powers and my magic wand, and then I could, be an internet guru, and you guys would all pay me millions of dollars. But maybe not going to happen. Isn't it amazing that, well, it's not amazing, it's pathetic, I think, the way that people, there's two kinds of traders that you find on the internet. There's somebody like myself who is streaming for accountability and transparency and to share and help if I can. And there are those internet guru rearview mirror guys that a lot of them can't successfully trade their way out of a wet paper sack, but what they make their money on subs. That's why you see them completely revamping and republishing stale setups, and this opening range trade guarantees, and see how many times Bush Barbie has published opening range trades, for example. They're making their money off subs, which is fine. Hey, if YouTube wants to give me, a handful of thousands of dollars or a bag of money every month, I'd be tickled to hell to death to take it. But that's not the point. And I have, I have principles, and I have, that's not my motivation. I don't have delusions of grandeur that I'm going to be Mr. Beast Jr. So where are we now? Boom, we're over here. I'm on the wrong screen. That's always a big one. Where are we? Let's see. We're 43 minutes in. What do I do? The fella still hasn't gotten the chapter marker plug-in fix, so I'm doing it manually, and it's painful. I apologize. So let's take a quick run through the roses here. Well, let's just watch what we're doing. Two small distributions, and we got our IB high and our IB low. Everybody's okay. Now, for those of you who are using a couple of things, if you're using Bookmap, these are the session prices, which I push real time from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday afternoon from IRT, and I share them freely. If they would help you in any way, you can throw them in the cloud notes. It's the same data that drives these levels, which is an indicator you buy from Bookmap. Or if you have another program you want to put them into, it is, you access them via a CSV file, which is updated continuously to Google. So it's not any secret proprietary thing inside of my world here. Internally, I push from my IRT to Bookmap, of course, but then it simultaneously pushes up to Google, and I share that CSV file, and you just slap that in the Cloud Note column, and away you go. If that would be a help, let me know. Subscribe, like, drop something in the chat. If not, well, okay. That's good too. So we've taken out the overnight high. We've taken out the a previous initial balance low. And if I'm not mistaken, if you go back to the stream, you'll find out that Gandalf Jr. here in the pre-market anticipated that we were going to get some responsive buying and look for higher ground because we had a incomplete auction at the top at that point in the overnight. And, here we go. Now, let me be real clear. The probability of the next trade is 50-50. This is a coin flip. It can only go up. It can only go down. So when you make a prognosis like, prognication or a prophecy like, oh, we're going to get responsive buying and go up, you got a 50% chance of being right. It isn't exactly like you're the most, Einstein kind of thing. So, but I did say that, and it is working out as I expected it to. And that's what you do. You anticipate or you expect. You definitely don't try to predict the market because it's a random environment. And that's not some revelation or epiphany that I had. That's echoing the philosophy and the understanding of the most successful traders in the world. And if you don't believe that, Google a few of them and listen to what they have to say. And if you don't hear, fairly quick in any conversation that it's about probabilities and about occurrences, the law of large numbers, these are all words to listen for. Okay. Aren't I cute? So we're on RTH session. That's good. That means that the value area low and the developing value area low are aligned. What do I mean by that? Well, developing value area high and low refers to the current auction wherever it went. I'm going to sneeze. Stand by. The value area high and low here refer to the previous auction. So think about that for a minute. If I do not change my IRT charting from full session to RTH day session only, the minute we open today's RTH session, instantly the previous auction would be the overnight or the ETH, which is not a value that I want represented here. And it is not the value that the people who rely on these session prices expect or depend on. That's why I changed the session. So now, when the minute I change it to day session only, this accurately reflects the value area high and low of the previous RTH auction, and developing is for the current one. There you go. And now I'm behind curve here because I got off on that tangent, but let me say something about the situation that we're in today. And we know that there's no reports or anything particularly. There is an existing home sales at 9, top of the next hour here, another 10 minutes or so. But there's no government data, so there's that. We are in an environment where we have a huge potential for very critical risk that we have known nothing about, as I said briefly in the pre-market. And if you don't think so, this 227.75 point sell-off drop in the ES 2 Fridays ago was absolutely precipitated by a spontaneous tweet by Donald Trump in his private Discord, or not Discord, but, social media thing, whatever that's called, Trump Social or something like that, with no evidence, no nothing. He just tweeted that, and the market proceeded to sell off 227 points all day. my point of saying that is it's nothing political. It is an unplanned, hugely critical risk potential that we are subjected to now, which we didn't necessarily used to be. It's really great that they're starting to share some of the scheduling, like the little gal is going to have a press briefing here at 12 o'clock. Trump is going to have an announcement at 2. That's super. We know it's coming, right? It's one of those things drop out of the sky that we don't know what's coming. That's really important. We know that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, we're going to get the non-farm payroll. Biggest number that we get typically, and hugest and the most impact on the market. So you can make a mitigation plan for that however you want to. But we know it's coming. When we don't know they're coming, that's when you can get blindsided and you can, in effect, lose your account. What do I recommend you do and what do I do? I am very vigilant now to only take A+ setups and restrict as much as possible the amount of exposure I put in my account to the market risk. And by all means, always trade with a bracket order, stops and targets. And if you're trading with a brokerage account, live, real money, make damn sure that they have all their orders and on that are all server side, and most importantly, or equally as important, and it's co-located. There's nothing else you can do. I mean, if you're in a trade and suddenly he does that and you're in a long, you're going to get hosed. But if you've got a bracket in there, you might take a bunch of slippage, but you're going to get out. If you don't have a bracket, you're going to get a margin call or, lose your account. So not political whatsoever. And it is a statement of fact. We have a potential critical, I don't know, you call it political or whatever kind of risk you want to call it, that we didn't ever used to have before. I mean, we had, I sat and watched the airplanes fly into the trade centers on 911 while I was trading in my place in Coconut Grove. That was pretty disappointing. I've seen the, various sell-offs of Black Monday or whatever it was. Those are more random. I don't recall ever having a situation where there was an unscheduled social media tweets about policy and stuff. Usually it was always scheduled, and the president's going to, like today, the president's going to be speaking at 2. That's great. We know that. We can be flat. We can be aware of what might happen. That's the point there. Enough of that. But you get the point. It's be aware. Or bend over, because here comes the donkey. Sure as the world. Okay. And here we are. What have we done? Well, we've pretty much traded right up and put some excess on the top of that overnight, haven't we? Looks like we are developing a directional market, directional session, not rotational, not balanced. That tells me things for the trades that I am focused on now, which are the initial balance trades. We'll talk about that in a little while. Yeah. And we've got the previous RTH high up here. It's 79 quarter handle. Boop. Micro composite VPOC from the 21st. Naked volume point of control from the 21st. Lots of stuff. And I guess a word about my workflow here. These are the levels from my micro composite, which I enter manually. I think I said that. When a level has been revisited, for example, this was the gap high from the 20th and the gap low from the 17th, because we, closed down on Friday and gapped up on Monday and didn't come back through it until yesterday. When a level has been revisited, I change the text from whatever color it is to black. That way I know that that level is stale, and I can take it off my chart. I try to make sure I have them off over the weekend or sometimes during the week, and sometimes I get all kerfluffled and don't get them, but you know, I try to be, that's why I try to maintain this through the days. Okay. Now I'm a little bit spooked here, but I'm going to take a look at, let's see where we are for volume. And let's change, well, we're on the RTH. Okay, we're light volume for the RTH period at this point in time. We've gone up from about $1.75 here at the open to ATR of 4 handles on a 1 minute chart. These are the harmonic rotations expanding. Open interest, the SPY, or the SPX. And let's look at the backtest world here. Now, I had some interesting crap happen yesterday that I don't want to have happen again. IRT was taking trades, and where they were coming from, I'm not sure. But I don't want that to happen now. That's pretty for sure. You can probably imagine that. What that is, I don't know. So what I've done here, this is my backtest visual confirmation chart, and I'll explain that briefly, I guess. This is my trading. What am I doing here? Trading system. These are my trading systems, and here is the system that I backtest with now. And I'll just, come on, there you go. These are the rules. And the computer goes through each one of these rules, every increment, as far back as you want to look. In other words, if I'm looking at 1 minute data and I go back 500 days, it's going to process every one of these, evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute candle for the last 500 trading days. And that's how the backtest works. But there are, as you can see, rules and signals here that I want to be sure are happening when I expect them to, and also to see how they evaluate in the live market. And so what I did was I created custom indicators for all of those levels and signals, and that's what's coded up over here. Yesterday, I usually keep that open, but yesterday this thing was taking trades, and I am not sure why, and I sent a ticket out. How the hell do I shut that off? My thinking overnight was I'm going to have the dome or the chart dome trader up, and so I can see what's going on and get flat or whatever, right? Make sure I'm on the right account. Because I think that was part of the problem. Simulated, okay, that's good. And there's another button up here for that. I've got buttons all over the place. The reason I built this stuff with, flatten and buy and all those things is if something happened to Bookmap, or if I wanted to trade directly with IRT, I could do so. None of that's really applicable here on this chart, so I may change the whole shoot and match. But anyway, you get the point, I guess. What I'm going to do now is see what happened here. There we go. All right. These are the signals that fire, and you'll notice the lines only start, or the levels only start plotting at 9:30. Why is that? It's all based around the initial balance trades. So nothing's plotting over here yet. When we get to 9:30, this stuff will all start to materialize. Then as price satisfies each of these rules, they will appear, and they have to be in sequence. There needs to be an A, a B, and a trigger. Makes sense, right? only 3 rules. So that's that. And what I'm going to do now is, hopefully, get this. Come on, damn it. I don't know why IRT seems to struggle lately. I don't know if it's my machine. Frustrating, and I'm tired of complaining about it every day, but I build my own trading machines. This thing was the best stuff I could get 4 years ago when I built it. It's an i9 12900K, which is, I think, 24 core and 12 or 16 threads, or 12 or 16 core and 24 or 30 threads. It's got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and the GPU is probably the lightest of the weak link in the chain, and it is a GeForce NVIDIA RTX 3060 with 12 gigs of RAM, which ought to be more than enough for just trading. I will say that this machine is also handling OBS in the stream, so it's got a lot going on, but it ought to be able to deal with that well, I would think. And maybe there's other issues I don't know about, but there you go. So this is where we are. This is only for my reference, which I don't usually have up, and we'll see if we start getting some signals firing out here. We will definitely start getting these lines plotting at 9:30. That's how it works. Going through the back testing and all of those things when it's appropriate to do so. And hopefully the damn thing won't start trading on its own. So weird. Then you're going, and I'm going, wait a minute, I didn't do that. I didn't short that. I don't know. I have now converted from, guess I didn't put that in there. This is a real important subject to address here. If you're trading with Topstep, first of all, if you like the Topstep trader in that environment, well, then good for you. But be real careful with Topstep now. They have shown complete disregard for their contracts and their commitments to me. And I only speak for myself personally. This stream started a long time ago as a zero to hero using a Topstep evaluation account with 4 other accounts behind it and the multi-account copy thing, seeing how all that worked. When they changed using Bookmap and Rhythmic and IRT, when they came out with their new idea that they were only going to support Topstep X August 1st, my accounts went off and I got on with support, and oh yes, of course, we will support you. You haven't broken any rules. You haven't needed a reset. Your consistency rules are all good. And at that time, I was winning a couple of positive trades of passing the evaluation and onto the XFAs. And then the live account, and I have an email where I asked the head of support, and what about that? Oh, no. If you do that without breaking any rules, that's our, you're holding up your end of the bargain. We're holding up ours. We'll support you. About a week ago, the 1st of October-ish, all my stuff went off again, and I went over there and looked, and they just closed all the accounts, all the time, all the money, up in smoke. I went back to the same head of support. Well, sorry, we've just decided that we're not gonna support those traders, and we have dropped any connection to any other data feed. So my time, my hours, doing everything by the book, and I have, ample proof if you're curious. Screen snaps directly from the Topstep dashboards. No rules broken, no resets taken, consistency rule in effect. All of 5 of those, somewhere around 2,000 to 2,500 profit. So 1 2-lot trade here to both targets is $750. That would put them all over. Just go piss up a rope. We don't care. We don't care about you anymore. Pretty disappointing. But if you like Topstep X and you like, a video game, knock yourself out. That's the end of that. Really disappointing, though. I've been a supporter of them and, defending some of them in some rooms and whatnot since about 2014. So pretty darn disappointing. I was around when they were the first outfit to come up with a combine. Back in those days, you had to take 2 tests. You had to complete the combine requirement twice. But then you did go to automatic funding. There was none of this multiple accounts or get paid off in XFA or any of that noise. But yeah, it's evolved a lot. It's really disappointing to me. It says a lot about what's happened to them as to their integrity. And for me, I don't have anything to do with them anymore. And I feel responsible to point that out. After a week or so, I will, maybe the end of the month, I'll drop that bit out of the stream here, because anybody that's in the stream frequently will already know about it. So heads up, Topstep, be careful. And that's really unfortunate. They were about the only act in town that I thought was worth looking into. So now what are we doing? Well, we're at 9:06. That must mean something. We're getting close to something here, I guess, aren't we? Everything seems to be plotting. What have we got? 36 to 66. So we got about 30 handles wide. Looks pretty directional. They topped it off right at the previous RTH, the previous RTH value area high. Arguably, there was no value area yesterday. There's a whole theory of thought that there is not really a value area in a trend day, because price is seeking value. Of course, any software program like this one is going to plot the value area, because it's just a formula. It's wherever 70% of the volume transpires in a specific in a specific session, that's what's going to be colored this way, with an IB low line and an IB high line, and however you have it set up, 70%, 68.8, whichever you choose. It's actually one standard deviation, about 68 and change, but I follow the 70% idea because that's what everybody that uses these levels in the TLab and all that stuff kind of go, and they round her up there. So that's what I do to stay in sync with those fellas. Make it simple for everybody. Consistency, what is 2 points and what does 2 percentage points mean in reality? So if it's consistent and it prevents confusion on some traders, for some traders, I think that's well worth it. And what now, brown cow? So we are having VPOC migrations higher. That would be consistent with our trade and the fact that value is building up higher. And again, there's no excess on the top, suggesting an incomplete auction. Figure that out for yourself, but I'm just pointing stuff out as we go along. Remember that this narration and me talking is to myself, because it's my virtual journal. And I just let anybody listen in or peek over my shoulder or whatever you want to call it. If I say you or something, it's not pointing my finger at you specifically. I'm talking to me. Remember, all times are Central Standard Time. And also notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. I do that so that anyone can confirm what programs I've got open, one instance of stuff. Also, there's the clock in hours, minutes, and seconds, and the date. So that ties back to Bookmap and IRT, just more of that accountability stuff. Uh-oh. Where's that sneaky blue boy gotten off to? There he is. Guy's a tricky devil over here, you know. He's always ducking around behind the barn doing something. I don't know what. Yeah, after you've stood alone in your office for a few years, you'll start talking yourself pretty crazy like I do. Maybe not. Now remember, the initial balance is not set until 9:30. Remember that these, even though the name is some hocus pocus from market profile world, this is nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of trade. When this Mickey's big hand is on the 9 and or the little hand's on the 9, the big hand's on the 30, well, there we go. 1 hour of the RTH session. Yes, there's an IB statistic, which I'll talk about here in a couple of minutes. Yes, the initial balance trades are what I have focused on, and that's the whole thrust of this backtesting environment over here. But absolutely none of it is applicable yet because it is a 9:30. You know? I'm going to throw the music on earlier than normal because I was listening to the stream last night, as I do frequently. Not every day. I'll be the first to say that. I jump, yesterday I was definitely trying to figure out, I wanted to confirm all this random behavior that was happening yesterday. And I noticed a lot of background sounds, me clearing my throat and clunking around and stuff like that. So I am going to kick on the music earlier than normal. And this is, all right, if you're thinking of, if you have a stream or you want background music or whatever else it is for YouTube, notice why I don't multitask. They are really particular about copyright and royalty free and all that stuff. You know, you can imagine all the lawyers that are just sitting out there licking their chops, you know, wanting to get a piece of Google. So what I ended up doing was I tried several of them that you see on YouTube, you know, royalty free, use for your stream, all this crap, lo-fi and all that stuff. I got copyright strikes on all of them. So I ended up having to pay for a thing called something Epidemic Sound. And there's a few playlists that I run through, and so far so good. My office here is completely quiet. I don't have speakers or... And I'm not seeing the music here. I'm a little puzzled as to what the hell's going on. No. Let's start this whole shooting match over. If I want to hear the music or know that it's playing, I have to go to I have to put my headset on. There we go. Just out of habit, you know. Anyway, so hopefully this will make it a little more pleasant experience on your side there if you're, you know, don't hear me clunking my mouse or hitting the mic boom with my tea glass or crunching into some toast or something. I apologize in advance. Well, somebody is talking, ladies and gentlemen. That we did just get the sales number. Oh, now the administration is talking about. Well, first of all, let's get over here. Here's our home sales at 9 o'clock. Big miss. Wow, wait a minute, what's going on? Something's up. Hold on, nobody move. It's flat. Forecast 4.06 million, and that's what they got according to this. That was existing. This is September month over month. Doesn't look very right to me, but anyway. What I was just looking at is this. Now the admin is talking about prolonged government shutdown. Isn't it crazy that now there is ulterior motives in everything that's going on now? That's my conspiratory point of view, if that's even a word. I don't know. You get the point, right? Okay, now we haven't gotten to 9:30 yet, but we're close, and I missed something that's important. So let's talk about the trades that I am betting and the IB statistic. Well, there is a greater than 97.9% probability in all four open types that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price at some point in the remainder of the RTH trading session. In other words, between 9:30 and 1600. 97.9. That means that there is a 2.1% probability that neither one of them will be touched. Pretty low, huh? So now this is the sell-off. We got up here and topped it out. Mean reversion down, I guess, if you're doing mean reversion stuff. And here is the IB low so far, and there's the IB high so far. So I have a couple of things to say. Number one, there is no IB statistic yet because it's not 9:30. There's also something that's really important, I think. And that's not to try to trade to the statistic, but let's look over here. I'm trying to keep myself in order. So I want to point out again that these are the levels, which are just custom indicators and custom signal markers that I have coded into this chart. They are not connected, or fingers crossed, they're not supposed to be connected to any trading system. They are just for my visual confirmation. Is this damn thing happening where I think it ought to, when I think it ought to? That's how that goes. And you notice that none of these are plotting yet because it's not 9:30. So there is no IB statistic in play yet. Okay, after having said all of that, the two trades which are applicable to the initial balance statistic are: after 9:30, price takes out the initial balance. Let's pretend it's the initial balance low because we're down here now. It takes out the initial balance low. The statistic has been satisfied. Now there are two potential trades. One is the IB failure, where it comes down, can't maintain any downward momentum, reverts to the mean. The IB failure trade is just a fancy name for mean reversion setup based on the initial balance high or low. The other trade is that price comes down, takes out the statistic, and remember, this applies equally to the high or the IB high or the IB low. This comments takes out the IB low and continues to gain horsepower, and away we go. Maybe back to, retraces back up here to test, can't get back inside and heads off. That's called an IB continuation trade. Pretty obvious, isn't it? IB continues, IB fails. Those are the two trades associated with each, the IB low, and two trades associated with the IB high. And that's what I vetted with my back testing and my forward testing, and what I'm doing now. And I'm pretty much taking them mechanically to see how it works out. And I also mentioned that the story about Topstep, right? I'm not sure if I continue that whole thing, but this is an AMP brokerage live data, live trading brokerage account, which I have funded. Obviously, that was funded Monday. I'm obviously working on a sim, or the paper trading, or whatever you call it, with rhythmic data, same IRT, same bookmap, all that stuff. But this is paper trading because I want to make sure everything's working right. Like yesterday, I would have been having a frickin' stroke if it was IRT was entering orders and doing stuff by itself. Turned out to be okay in my favor. I had 61 or 39 ticks on the day, but I'd have been having a stroke if that was my money at risk. So I think that's about as clear as I can get it, where we've got basically 5 minutes till the witching hour. I've already explained the dome over here because I don't want to repeat it. That was so funny, man. All of a sudden there was stuff popping up. You're short 5, you're doing this. This was lighting up. I'm going, wait a minute, I didn't do any of that. The only trades that I intend to take and the setup that I intend to use, I've already gone over in the pre-market. That is the risk neutral 2-lot package. Maybe it would be good to do that, go over that once again. Yep. Come on. 2 contracts, because the smallest risk neutral package you can have has got to be an even number. It's 2. Stop for both contracts for the full package is 12 ticks negative. The risk neutral or T1 scale is for one contract at positive 12 ticks, and then the runner in this case is 48 ticks positive. That is the 2-lot package. Is that set up properly? Well, there we go. Are we going to trade with both? Yep. Okay. So, fingers crossed. 25 and change. So we got about 4 minutes until the initial balance sets. What does that mean? The IB low will no longer move down with price, and the IB high will no longer move up with price. Pretty easy, huh? Just as a side note here, Rod, who's a really good trader and code guy and trading colleague, I guess you could say, at Statistic, we're in the same small group. He worked out long ago. We know the initial balance, the statistic, right? Well, I just got through talking about it ad nauseum. He worked out what they refer to, or he referred to, as the IB30 stat, which says that the high or low in the first 30 minutes is exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes, more or less 90+% of the time. And here's a perfect example of it. Now, first of all, we got a spank old blue boy over there for hiding. No, not yet. Okay, here's the low of the first 30 minutes. And here's the high of the first 30 minutes, right? 8:52. That's not 9 o'clock. So we have yet to put in or achieve the IB30. And pretty soon we're going to be in the initial balance itself. So the IB30 will be off the table. That's an interesting one. And here we have the migrating VPOC. Okay, so now let me show you something here now. Okay, there's 5 minutes. Now you don't know where the POCs have been or where price has been before. I don't. That was the reason for the VPOC flags. That's now, I think, much more logical to have my teammate Blue Boy over here. Now I know damn sure where the price has been, where the VPOCs have been, the mid, the VWAP, the whole shooting match, right? And here we go. Look at there. Which kind of brings me to something else I was going to say in a minute, but this is as good a time as any. Do not and trade toward the statistic unless you want to be. Where are we? 01. I'll just make it 0130. Let's just hold that thought, and I'll tell you where we are at 30. Okay, remember that 1 hour and 30 minutes in the stream is the IB set, right? That's 9:30. And we have just, in a minute, done that. 1 minute to go. So my point here that I can't resist, I can't sit back for a minute. Ooh. But I need to do that to keep these damn timestamps and the chapters in line. Sorry. Boy, I hope that guy gets it fixed. It's you don't realize, like the old song says, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. Carly Simon, I think. 70-something. Okay, 9:29 and 47 seconds. Central Standard Time. There's 9:30. That is the official. Boop. The initial balance is officially set. The low will no longer move. The high will no longer move. Now here's my caution. Do not, and this comes from experience, do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. As an example, we're below the VWAP, we're below the POC, we're below the mid, price has been trading down, we're going to take the IB low, and you get short. And then the market very politely spanks your ass and sends you home without your dinner. The IB trades, continuation or failure, are after the IB statistic has been made. Period. And remember, like I said earlier, it's not 100%. It's 97.9% probability in this open type, but that's not 100. And 3 or 4 weeks ago, on a Friday, we took neither the IB high nor the IB low. We achieved that 2.1% or whatever it was for that particular day and that open type. And I should go back and look at that and remember it. But it very definitely happened. Google it, baby. And now you see, if you were all excited about the IB low, you're kind of getting that sinking feeling over here. There's a statistic that a lot of players use or traders use called the VPOC migration. It's probably the most obvious because, well, second obvious or at least obvious at a par with the IB trades. How can you miss where that yellow line is going? And the logic behind it is, remember the definition of the POC, it's the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the RTH session, right up here at 57.25, was the price that most of the traders thought was fair, or retail, or whatever you want to say. So it would make sense that you would be looking for longs, because that's the way its value or retail has been moving until now. I have a hard time with that setup because the setup itself is so easy to see, but the qualifying parameters I have not figured out. Now that I have the backtesting working really well and I can do what ifs quite simply, then I can start really getting into this vetting setups. And I only plan to do 3 or 4. I'm going to have the IBs. I'm going to have 1 or 2 others applicable to different context types, and that's it. I'm not going to get all over the board. I think these guys that, I'm looking for the 2 cows crossed to this and that and the high volume node and somebody else, and I don't think they remember what the hell they were talking about. I know that it's absolutely impossible for them to have vetted that because they never say the same thing twice. How can you do that? It's just gambling or guessing. Stupid. And now what do you think is going to happen if we jump back over here to IRT and look at our back test? Oh, looky here. Here's all the levels in a cube. Love it when a plan comes together, isn't it? Something else to point out here, I guess. You see these continuation, and my naming convention is, you don't like it, that's tough. This is the IB. This is the continuation range for the IB high. That's the high. Continuation range IB high low. That outlines this zone. Similar idea for here. Similar idea for here and here. Now these levels are pushed to right here. Look at there. There's a continuation zone high, and here's the pullback zones, and vice versa on the bottom side. Trying to be able to keep the data I need to trade handy. Handy. Do we have any signals? Nope. Am I getting all itchy and twitchy about trading? Nope. We're not even close, so I'm not anticipating a trade anytime quick. I'm not zooming in. I'm going to spank Blue Boy if he doesn't stop, running off behind the barn there. But now we get up to where we are approaching an IB high or a low, which is taking the statistic properly in accordance with the rules is the first rule. That is rule A. That'll plot over on the backtest chart or the confirmation chart. That'll plot as an A. When we get to that period, I can zoom in and get as, you can get into milliseconds if you want to. There's 1 minute chart. Ridiculous, but for me, whatever works for you is really great. And let me say something here that I often forget. This is not my way or the highway. This is my trading, my stream, my virtual journal for the way that I am trying to develop my trading business to be consistently profitable and, fit me. If you've got a system where you throw dog crap at the wall, and if it sticks, you go long, and if not, you go short, and it works, and you're consistently profitable, don't quit under any circumstances. What I'm doing here is what I'm trying to develop, and I am developing, and I share that. So I may say things here in the narration which sound definitive, and remember that I'm talking to myself. Now, IRT has had a VPOC migration change here, but it hasn't come through with Bookmap yet. Do you see that? And here's the best part. They're all the charting that you see and that I refer to is running on the same feed. It's all IRT. It's all rhythmic. Level 2 market by order data. How could they be off? It's in the computation, obviously, but you see the point, right? I'm going to try to keep yesterday's range here if I can. Pretty soon comes a time when if I have this too squeezed in or scrunched up, it won't plot automatically. And you have to keep an eye on this progress bar at the bottom. If that's white, it's plotting and things are happening. If you notice that the current market is not dancing around or this has turned gray, I've done something like this. Now you'll see that this is not moving and this is gray. It's frozen there because it thinks I meant to do that, was looking for something. It doesn't know me very well, does it? And I wish there was a way I could just lock it so that didn't happen, but there probably is, but I just don't know. Okay, now, spidey senses, let's get twitchy here. Are we itchy and twitchy? Let's see. We're trading up towards the IB high. If you're trading mean reversion, okay, there you go. Outside in, outside in, outside in, outside in. And that's a valid setup. It's just not what I'm doing. I haven't vetted it. I have no statistics for it, and so I'm not taking it. A lot of people do. The reason I chose the initial balance trades is because there is one for each session environment. There's one for rotational, which is the IB failure, and there is one for a directional environment, the IB continuation. If you vet and if you're only trading mean reversion, well, the minute it stops mean reverting, you don't have a trade. You don't have a vetted setup. Very important to understand or realize or remember or something that the IB statistic says price will revisit the IB high or low at some point in the RTH session. That could be any time between now and 4 o'clock, 1600. That's a dismal thought, isn't it? Something seems to be goofy with the music here, and I'm not sure why that is. Is it done already? I don't think so. Why did I do that? Why is it not playing? Maybe Epidemic is having problems with the internet crap. I don't know. Who knows? Or maybe my computer's having problems. I don't know that either. This has always worked, and let's see if it does now. I saw a pretty crazy statistic about all this shutdown nonsense. Hold on. Not verified, of course, but guess how many days the United States Congress has been in session since 1st of July, 2025. July, August, September, and now midway through, almost the end of October, 3 months almost. And this, remember, the shutdown only started a couple weeks ago. Give up? 20 days. These illustrious adults who were elected by their constituents to represent them and get paid big salaries and health care free for life and all that stuff, have been able to bother themselves to work 20 days out of the last 90. Jesus Christ, it's really pathetic. And I'm not talking about, elephants or Democrat or donkeys or whatever it is. I'm talking about them in general. Really pathetic. No, seems like they don't have any self-respect or integrity, which that's pretty obvious, I guess, but surprising to me. Okie dokie. Smoky. Well, now, boys and girls, this is trading. Huh? What do? You remain vigilant and you remain patient. This is trading, the joy of trading. No signal, no trade. Gonna make something up. Your FOMO gonna, kick in. Your spidey sense is gonna get all tingly and you're gonna get the craving for a adrenaline rush. Well, then you're not trading, you're gambling. Are we rich yet? What happened? Maybe not. So here we are. Now, if you look at the profile in IRT here, which, yep, quite balanced, quite rotational, in a line, lines up pretty well with what we're seeing. On the other hand, if you look over here at Bookmap, it's starting to fill in, but by virtue of the column widths, I guess, that I have here, it looks a little more directional, doesn't it? That's perspective. That's a reason I always try to keep 1 point high and the blue boy on duty. For me, and this is strictly for me, I can get real screwed up with Bookmap real quick. You can get zoomed in to where you don't know whether you're foot or horseback. You don't know where the market came from or where it's going. I don't. It's important for me to keep perspective. That's why I keep, IRT. Typically, this is my view. I have my trading setup here is 2 standing desks in an L. In front of me is a 4-rack monitor, mixer, couple of keyboards, couple of mice, stuff like that. The 2 lower screens are my primary trading screens, and they're driven by my trading computer. They are 2 32-inch 4K monitors. There's one, and there's the other. So when you're in the stream, you're not seeing the whole picture, and I am. And I actually thought about including both monitors in the stream and realized that it would be so nit-nat screwed down that most people couldn't see anything. Which I think I also forgot to mention this. I stream in 1440p high def. So if it's kind of fuzzy on your side, you can go to the YouTube settings and select high definition 1440p and it'll be crystal clear. That would be great if I could do both monitors. I wouldn't have to do this switching back and forth and all that stuff, but no worky. No worky, I don't think. So there we have that. There we have this. The point of that is I can keep myself grounded with some perspective here. So what happened? Not a pinata. Let me do the old chat test here because that's been kind of goofy lately. Okay, boom. Oh, pretty quick. It's about 5 seconds. That's nice. The other day there was no chat at all. I wasn't able to see anything. Okay. Oh, yeah. The way I work this is, as I said, I've got these lower two monitors are my trading monitors. The upper two are driven by another computer. They're 27 high defs, and I monitor the stream on one of them all the time to make sure everything's happening. I think I'm going to take the third one, and connect it up to my trading monitor, and then I can have some other stuff going on up there that I want to watch. Then to my left on my other stand-up desk is another 27 high def connected to the trading machine, vertical, and that's got OBS and stuff on it. And a little further around the corner is another 4K 32, and that's run by my third computer, which is my old trusty Dell workstation with Google and Excel and Access and cobwebs, whatever else. That is a Dell M6700 workstation that I bought in Kuala Lumpur when I was living there 11 years ago. Hasn't missed a beat. Amazing how the quality was in those older days. There you go. Now you know it all. Now I don't need to do this anymore. And what are we doing? Well, we're just trading back and forth and filling in the rotations. Up and down. I have no trades working and no trades even close. So we'll do some squats and curls and maybe a pull-up or two and, some breathing. Give me a moment to, I'm not going to bother with the timestamp about it, but the most important critical tool, piece of equipment that you've got in your trading office, in your trading world, is sitting on your side of the monitor. Stop and think about it. We spend all kinds of time and money and effort on monitors and software and charting this and something else that and data feeds over here, and your eyes and your brain process all of that input and make critical decisions about your finances. That should be taken care of first. That should be your prime directive. Rest your eyes every hour. Look down the street. Go out and look up and down the yard. I don't. I'm first to say that, but I'm now every day midday. I go for about an hour and change for 3 or 4 miles and watch, get some UV light, some natural light, soft focus my eyes. As I said a minute ago, I had nothing to trade. I can step back and do some squats, and I've got barbells in here and a chin-up bar in the door, and, stay healthy, stay hydrated. Be aware of yourself. Be aware that you're not on tilt somehow. That is as, if not the most important thing you can do for your trading, in my opinion. And one of the reasons I say this stuff frequently and repetitively, every day, I believe your subconscious mind believes what you tell it, especially what you articulate verbally out. You tell yourself you overtrade and you're a loser and whatever else, and your subconscious goes, okay, we're going to overtrade and be a loser. and it manifests that. So again, you know, there you go. That's my bad. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay. Yeah. Where am I? 1:59, 2 minutes, huh? Well, not much to say at this point. I'll have to start taking out some of these. Well, here we go. We're going to do something here. Maybe. And why? The first thing these days that I ask myself is, why? You know, what impact or input was there to the auction to precipitate this action? Unfortunately, I've gotten kind of jaded that the first thing I look for anymore is who said what, you know, which goofy. Somebody said something. We have Little Miss, the blonde press secretary, Levitt, I think it is, maybe. As a press, I guess she's still doing it. Press conference at 12. These numbers are Central Standard Time, remember? And then we've got the auctions here, the tips, and I don't know what blue means. I should probably look that up, huh? Unknown, I'm sure. At 1400. A lot of stuff going on over here. Oh, he's going to make an announcement on cartels. Which cartel would that be, I wonder? ICE? Jesus, what a bunch of crap. So yesterday was quite exciting. This is quite the opposite. In terms of trading anyway. And that's what happens. It's not about adrenaline or excitement. It's about, this is what you call work, right? If it were the other way around, you'd be calling it play. At least that's how I approach it. This is my business, and it's serious. I would suggest that we have pretty substantial volume now at 571,000 at this point in time. Let's look and see if I'm crazy or not. Gold is taking a pretty good dump. 500 points off. Well, it's up now. What was I looking for? Where was I going? Ah, yes. Well, according to this, it's about 86 or 87% volume. And we're down just under 3 points ATR. 2 times nothing going on over here. This is, we're getting the megaphone, huh? We got higher lows and lower highs. I don't like the megaphone. They're winding it up to do something to it. Typically way I look at it. You know, here we go. Megaphone. Higher or lower highs, higher lows. Yeah, generally, yeah. And I have no clue what that might mean. There's no, unless, you start getting paranoid. Is there, does somebody know something I don't? Is there going to be some big revelation about something that's going to tip the scale and have a big input? Or is the high time frame happy to wait for earnings? There's no big earnings out today. Tesla was out last night and missed their earnings. Missed their earnings per share. That's a pretty crazy. There's a lot of, everywhere you look over here is something kind of crazy or unexpected anomaly or whatever, however you want to look at it. To me. And Q here is putting in a typical P-shaped profile so far, which is from market profile world, is an indication of short covering. See how if you use your imagination, it's a backward P. Short covering. If it's a B, that's a long liquidation. Typically. And if you think about how the trade would have to happen for the volume to be executed, or that way, that makes sense. I can tell you one thing, a day like this is making a big batch of retail soup. They are just throwing them in the blender right, left, and center. All those folks that just can't refrain from trying to pick a top or, click the mouse. And if you make money doing that, good for you, but I don't, and I'm going to wait until I have something in my playbook or my world that says be interested in this, and I do not have at this point. Boring, it makes for boring TV or YouTubing or whatever you call it. But it's nobody said it was exciting. This keeps up, they're going to fast approach nap 30 over here in my house. I'm telling you. I may have to start listening to music or something. I've squats and curls and piece of toast and hearty hi-ho silver. I'm running out of alternative ideas here. I'm liking that nap thing pretty good though. Yeah. What was it? Get this, or get a hold of the code and do it myself. Right? This is really irritating. unless somebody dropped something out of the sky in the random risk department. You gotta be kidding me. Trump pardoned the Binance founder. Man. Mixed funds, fraud, millions of dollars of fraud. But a big contributor in the previous election cycle. That's pretty amazing. I was also surprised about that ridiculous Santos guy. Jesus Christ. Admittedly defrauded and stole campaign funds and lied about everything in his campaign. Lied about where he was from, where his mother died, everything. And had been sent, convicted of fraud and sentenced to jail, pardoned beginning of the week. Really, really amazing. I don't really understand all of that. I guess next he's going to pardon Sam Bankman-Fried. You can bet that's cooking. And the Giselle baby raper, whatever her name is, the Epstein gal. Wow. Every time I look at this news, I don't like to look at it because every time I do, I get more astounded by what's going on here. But where I was going with this is, unless something pretty dramatic happens, we are going to stay in this kind of a tight rotational retail blender mode, I'm afraid. Jesus, that's amazing. Changpen. That is really amazing. The thing that I find strange about all of this stuff that's happening now is nobody seems to give a shit. Everyone around here seems to have adopted the, well, if it's not bothering me, I don't care what happens to you attitude. It seems like. Oh yeah, there goes a good looking gal. Maybe I'll chase her down. Oh. Which is pretty indicative of a collapsed society. That's so weird. And I see yesterday one of the pardoned January 6th rioters was just arrested for making multiple death threats to some public people. Jesus. I guess he figures he'll just get another pardon and then keep on keeping on. I guess. I don't know. I really don't understand it. I just try to keep my head down and ass up and hope for the best, but it makes you worry about the younger people and the society in general. So what I was going to get around to here is the monkey mind idea. And that is essentially that I don't care what camp you're coming from, whether it's a evolutionists or creationists or crapped on a rock and the sun hatched to us or whatever it is, however you think this whole mess started. I think everybody agrees that the human, Homo sapiens have been evolving or developing for a long time. And in that period of time, a bunch of innate reactions have become wired into our DNA that kept us alive, thousands of years ago, and enabled that skeptical or risk-adverse DNA to be passed down, because those who didn't have it, got eaten or turned into lunch or something usually. So FOMO, wanting to be right, risk aversion, those kind of innate things are baked into you and me and everybody. And they are never going to go away. You're never going to eradicate them or alleviate them from who you are. My approach is, and what I believe, constantly be vigilant and aware of your emotional state and what's going on in the here and now. When you feel FOMO starting to kick in, you recognize it immediately, and you don't act on it. Or fear of missing out, or revenge trade, or whatever it is. Any of those emotions, Tom refers to it as Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde, or somebody else made a cute analogy of the old cartoons where there'd be a devil on one shoulder and, like Sylvester the cat, have a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other, and one would be trying to convince him to eat Tweety or the other one not. However you want to look at it, that's really important. And the most important is you do not react to it or act on it. You don't overtrade because you're having an adrenaline burst. You're an adult and you don't do that. That's the way I approach it. And you definitely feel it. There's no question about it, but you cannot succeed in the business and react to those things. And that's a fact, Jack. And this whole psychological thing around trading is such a big money trap and sucker trap, I think, in my opinion. All these people that are writing books and YouTubing and all over the place, stop and think about their motivation. Their motivation is to make money. They want to convince you have a psychological problem trading, that it's really hard and a big thing that they need to help you overcome. They may never help you overcome that. You'll notice not any of them will ever say, well, you do this and you'll be okay in a month. No way. And that goes from the likes of Brett Steenbacher, who's I'm sure a reputable psychologist or psychiatrist, and he makes a buttload of money with SMB Capital and all the books he writes and blah, 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 blah. I'm an old cowboy from Montana, and we didn't have that kind of stuff. You just, if you were a man or an adult, you just didn't do it. I don't overtrade because I'm an adult, and that's not the right thing to do. That's not good for me and my business, so I don't do it. I don't go to the bathroom in my pants because I'm an adult. Same, in my mind, it's exactly the same. No difference. So, or anything, pick any analogy you want to pick. That's the way to approach it. And I don't have any problem with, standing here watching. I'm tired, but I like to take a nap. I have a commitment to the stream, so I'm not just going to disappear for the rest of the day. And that's an advantage a lot of these, rearview mirror guys have, where they only stream a couple hours every day and off they go. That's because the rest of the time they're busy phoning something up, most of them. And I could pick out a whole bunch of rear view mirror trades here and sound like a freaking wizard. Mean reversion being, you could take a mean reversion trade at this high or this test, lower high, lower low, and look like a star. In real life, you could have done that if that's a trade that you have vetted, but I'm talking about the typical rear view mirror. Don't show you live trades, don't show you broker statements, don't show you anything. don't show you what they're doing on the hard right edge, but spend all their time in the rearview mirror. And that's not going to help you grow as a trader. That's going to actually hurt you because you're going to believe, you're going to believe all that hype and BS. And most of it is just BS and bus tickets. That's, that's all there's to it. So let's just keep watching. Looking here at the trigger chart now, or what, I gotta think of a better name for this than backtest chart, but anyway, whatever you want to call it. Should I be expecting? Assuming we have the statistic A, the rule A, or and B, and the trigger. Well, it's about as rotational as you can get, isn't it? Looks so to me. So my initial expectation would be for a mean reversion trade, which I don't particularly like, actually, the IB failures. For a lot of reasons, but one of them is range requirement. Well, I was trying to find it on my little thing over here. My list. 230, okay, great. That's pretty cool. Wrong one. Here we go. 233. Okay. There's no one around here. I'm having more trouble. My eyes are getting. Okay, I guess I tell you, I know I've said this a lot, but I can't get over how much I leaned on that shafter market thing. So the range requirement is real simple. In order for me to have a justified, this used to be a hard code in my trade plan. I've made it more discretionary, but it goes like this. If I'm going to enter a trade, I want to have a clear, unobstructed path to my risk neutral scale. By that I mean, if I were going to take a short up here, I need to have 3 points with no obstacles in the way. Unfortunately, there is one right there. Tom refers to it as meat on the bone, and the reason for it is real simple. Anytime you have an obstacle, a price level, or any of that stuff, you have a potential for price to react and reverse. Come back on you and stop you out. So keep that in mind and look at it in your trading. Now here's one for the excited kids. We're getting a B off and on. It's not set yet because the bar's not finished. But what is that going to mean? Nothing. Because B comes after A. We are making a little bit of headway, but not much. We're getting to the point where we're going to need to drive stakes to see if this thing's moving. That's the way it used to be. It was really funny when I first started trading. NASDAQ moved about like the ES does now. In the summertime, most people would take the summer off. And the joke used to be, you know, it's like watching paint dry or grass grow, or you got to drive stakes to see if this market's moving or something like that. 10 points in a day was a big deal. Thank God those days are over with, but I don't know. I think I'd go back to no volatility in the markets and a consistent country and government, and, you know, that might be a better and better place to be, I think. Just my opinion. Okay, you see our little pullback zones here, and continuation zones, and the IB high. You see how price reacted to this value area high, and on the other side of the coin reacted to the developing value area high? So if you got short right here, you got stopped right there, or vice versa. Just saying. That's the range requirement and the thinking behind it. Try to make, and I'm certainly not saying that I'm successful, but I try to approach this as logically and methodically as I can to make sense of it. Stand by. I guess they decided up wasn't where they were going, huh? Again, no trigger, no order, nobody left on third. So I'm not sure what screens to have up here at the moment. I'm gonna help Mama in the kitchen here for a minute. I guess I will leave it as it is. There we go. And here we go. And we're off to the rodeo. Well, and what are they going to do now? They're going to tease everybody on the other side. I mean, this is a rotational day, right? What are they doing? They're trading it. Picking each other's pockets. I have nothing to do here, and I'm not going to make something up. So, you know, there you have it. But I can tell you, this old cowboy's going to slip off to the hayloft pretty quick for a nap, if they don't get something going here. Make it a little bigger. There we go. If there's any confusion in your mind as to what kind of a day we have here. What is this? I don't want to do that. And then you had better. I recommend having some sort of a chart where you can keep an idea of the context of the day so far, because there is no question about what this is. Or here. Or here, or anywhere you want to look. How about that one? Yeah. Nobody said this was... let me rephrase it. If you think that trading is going to be, or you require it to be, a fun-filled adrenaline rush a minute, then you're not really approaching trading as trading, but more as a video game or gambling, which is completely fine if that's what you recognize you're doing and you want to do that. If you're trying to build a trading business that's consistently profitable, but you're continually seeking an adrenaline rush or, you know, some sort of action, then you're liable to be in a self-defeating spiral, you know, I think. A flat spin, baby. Not a good place to be. Oh yeah, this is just... And then we're gonna have the press young lady and the press person there doing her shtick at 12 o'clock, and then the random risk band is taking the stage at 1400. This could be a... What is this? This is Thursday, huh? Welcome to trading. Have a nice day. Don't make up a reason to trade. That is a more insidious form of your monkey mind. And something that humans, once again, is something that humans are really good at. Seeing patterns that aren't really there. And here's one that I forget to say that's really important to remember. Write this one down, and it's funny. You don't suddenly get more intelligent when you get in a trade. You know? The reasons that you got in that trade should be the correct reasons that, and why you got in the trade while you entered. You suddenly don't get more intelligent after you're in the trade, and all of a sudden things look all different. Be aware of that, and it's real dangerous. And now they're going to tease up to the top here, and I was just going to go try to walk off this breakfast I had and keep the the carbo coma from kicking in. Maybe I don't have any hope of that. Man, this market is on its butt, isn't it? What's happening in volume world here? Going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. Well, we're going to make a new high here from the looks of it on the NASDAQ. I don't know about over here. But let's get our spidey senses all sharpened up here. Make sure this chart is updating. Stretch it out a little bit so we get a little bigger bars. Now the methodology, the logic goes like this. The first rule required for the initial balance trade should be obvious, the initial balance statistic, which we have not yet taken, but we might here pretty quick. Once we do, then we need, that will be A, then we need a B, and then we need a trigger. Depending on continuation or pullback, and the trigger zone's a no-brainer. It's just 1 point either side of the IB. And therefore, that's why I haven't coded that into the session lines or levels or whatever, so that it doesn't show up on Bookmap, because I mean, you don't need to have that. So here would be a trigger, see? But it doesn't mean anything because we don't have the statistic yet. We could get a statistic here if they take it a little higher and take the IB statistic out. $158 stops taken out right there. Why? Well, pushing the high, right? Now all these people want to call the top. Well, we have a B and we have a trigger, but guess what? No A. And I've got to, I talked about this yesterday, I need to think long and hard here on my study period, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable with two triggers on the same bar. However, what I need to do is have a period of time when I can change the code and do the what if stuff on the backtesting. That's the real secret sauce, baby. That is the secret sauce. If you're a what do you call them, a candlesticker or a bar trader or a chart trader or whatever, what have we got there? That's a double top, isn't it? Tweezer top. Now, if you zoomed in a bit, you could see that that's a tweezer top right there. Does that mean we're not going higher? No. But it's, a lot of people look at that as a reversal, I think, if I remember right. And it looks like it's reversing, doesn't it? Whether one has anything to do with the other or not, who the hell knows, but it seems to be doing that. One of the bar patterns, or candlestick ones, or whichever way you want to do that, that I think is fairly accurate, and I'm going to look at backtesting, is the 3-bar reversal. You've got to be, the key to that trade, in my opinion, is, and from a backtesting point of view especially, the criteria that validates the entry. You know, wouldn't make sense to me that trade be taken counter trend. You know, it's basically a reversal pattern, but in the middle of outer space, near a level, for a reason, and that'll be something I need to figure out from the rules point of view. Well, come on. No, it's important to remember that none of these rules or these indicators here, markers, mean anything. At this point. And they won't mean anything until we get our A put in, until we have the initial balance statistic satisfied. Nobody said, one tick away. It's not, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? We have not taken the IB statistic, even though we're one tick away from it. Yesterday, on that long trade, it got absolutely verified one tick from the risk neutral scale twice before it came back and then went up again to within 2 or 3 ticks and then went down to the stop. But, it's very clear and very accurate. It got within 1 tick of the risk neutral scale twice. Does that mean, well, first of all, you never change that or move the target? In my world. What it would suggest to me is that the entry wasn't in a very good location, perhaps. And why did it stop there every time? Is there some reason for that? I didn't look at it, to be honest with you. I was tired last night and didn't. I was trying to figure out why IRT was busy trading by itself, so I didn't really spend a lot of time. I'm going to be sure I know where flatten and cancel are. Okay. I'm, thinking about this now. Just a quick run around the horn here. What have we got? Well, we have the proper 2-lot package queued up. Both entry types or both entry methods okay for the mouse. That means multi-brackets are set. We're ready to rumble here, assuming that we ever get any of the stuff that we're thinking about. In this situation now, you've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 run-ups here to the top. Some stops were taken out, yep. But there's got to be a whole lot of fuel living right up here. So once they pop that IB high, I would suspect it's going to take a jump probably up here to that 247, or basically 2.5, living at the 70 handle. Right? That would be very viable, I think. Assuming that it did that and then pulled back to the IB, I'd really have to think long and hard. That would essentially be the IB continuation trade. But I would be pretty hard pressed to take that trade given the profile and the context of the day. To me, that would be counter trend. Of course, every day the market starts somewhat balanced and then ends up directionally. Usually it's when that change happens that you don't know. It's the joke is that, well, it's going to be rotational until it isn't. And that's the truth. I knew the second all I had to do was walk away for a second, and we'd have that statistic in the bag, and we do. There's the A. Oh no, it's not an A yet, and would you like to know why? The close is exactly on the IB. There's one of those situations where where I have to think about the rules. This is exactly on the IB. The rule says the open is below the IB and the close is above the IB. And the bar before is correct because the open is below the close and the high is less than the IB. So we're screwed here. I'm screwed as far as the initial balance statistic. Now, the statistic has been satisfied generally for the general population, but in my specific case, in my specific rule set, it has not. What would need to happen now is to trade back under it and come up through it correctly. All this had to be was one tick higher and it would have been an A. It's frustrating, but and there you are. Oops. Sorry, I'm not looking at the right thing. Here's what I was talking about. That close right there is exactly on the initial balance. The rule says close above it. This one can't be the correct trigger because the previous bar is not aligned right. These are the nuances that I can now focus on. I refer to them here when I'm just talking as the what ifs, right? What if I just, instead of close, I just have it high? That sort of thing. I am definitely not going to change anything now in the middle of the trading session. This is only for after hours, weekends, whatever, in the homework when you do the real work. Well, I would love to see him run down there and take that statistic, but we don't have an A on either side. Had this closed above the IB, we would have a green A above and a red A below. The two separate setup, the following setups would then be for the IB failure, we'd trade down into the pullback zone where we would get this B signal, trade up to the trigger zone, and that's a short. The other way around, we trade up to the continuation zone, pull back to the trigger, and that's a long. We don't have either because we don't have an A. So I don't have the signals. I'm not trading, and neither is the computer. And that's it. And this is where your old friend FOMO or Hyde or whatever you want to call it, starts talking to you about, oh, well, make that exception, take that trade, whatever else it is. And it's a good opportunity for me to say, 3, where are we? 11 or 12? 3, 12. This is a very, very serious caution. It is hugely deleterious to your trading when you make an error and it works out. If I blow off the rules and took a trade anyway, even though the rules weren't specific by a tick, and it went in my favor, that's a big, big negative for your trading, because as humans, we remember the good stuff and we forget the bad stuff. The classic is moving your stop away from entry. Your mind will remember the one time that paid off for you and you didn't get stopped out, and it will completely forget the 100 times that it cost you more money. So beware of that one. That's a real, as you can probably tell, I'm pretty aware of that one personally. And most all of this stuff, I'm speaking from experience, learning the hard way. Trading to the statistic, moving that stop just a little bit, or, convincing myself that I didn't need that rule exactly. The only way to find that out statistically is to wait for the study period and change the rule. Instead of the close, that would be the high, and see what the outcome. First of all, run the back test over specific days as it is. What is that data? What are all of those things? Number of trades, number of wins, number of losses, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, everything. And then make the change. One change only, and run it and see what happens. You can't make two changes or more because you don't know which change had what effect. It's like chasing a short in electrical or whatever else. You got to do one thing at a time. That's why having an accurate and fast, efficient backtest engine and system is so important, in my opinion. Because if you're able to do all that stuff. Well. What a shame, huh? Not a shame at all. There are no such things in trading as a missed opportunity. There is only the next opportunity. Or you can think of it that the market is a continual stream of opportunities. In the other side place over there, we joke about, well, I missed that bus. I'm on the bus. Are you in a trade now? I'm waiting for the next bus. And that's kind of the way it works. There's no reason to be FOMO or have any of that stuff. I am disappointed that they didn't get the trigger and we didn't get a signal, because it would have been nice to have taken something. But you notice what we're doing now. Think back to what I was talking about a little while ago about completing that auction to excess. Taking it to taper or excess. That's if they're flat on the top or the auction was interrupted for some reason and it didn't complete. It very, very usually does. A statistic? No. Sure thing? No. An observation that seems like it has credence? Yep. It's like the gap rules, same idea. These are all old market profilisms. But it's amazing the number of, it seems amazing anyway, without having the statistics to back it up. It seems amazing that they are, how frequently they pan out. It is truly amazing. Remember now that what we need for the A signal is to have a bar approach from below, take out the initial balance, and close above. So open below, exceed or penetrate, exceed the IB and close above. And the further rule is that the candle before it, or the bar before it, needs to have a high below the IB and an open below the close. The idea is you want the market to be moving up into the IB. I mean, that was my idea. Anyway. And you can remember I just dreamed these rules up. Early on in the conversation, Rod, who's I mentioned, is really good. I mean, $40,000, $50,000 a month profit, P&L, verified, good. With just a few trades a day, maybe 2-3 trades a day. And also good at coding. he said, could somebody test, or let's test the IB failure rule? And what that was is the IB statistic. Then it pulls back a specific distance to the pullback zone. And then it trades up to within the trigger zone, and that indicates or triggers a IB failure. So I thought that sounded like a real good idea. I had never successfully gotten a long-term set of sequential signals to work properly, so I focused in on doing that. When I got that failure working, I thought, well, why don't I just flip that on its head and make it one for the IB continuation with the same set of rules? Now that they work really well, I can start the what-if stuff. Like the specific rules over here, or the pullback zone. It's 3 to 5 points below the IB. Maybe it's better to have it be 5 to 6, or, you know what I mean? There's a million possibilities. You can drive yourself crazy there pretty quick, I think. What ifing? You just have to get to a situation where you have a reasonable expectancy over a large, statistically significant data set outside the suspected random distribution, and then go with it. Because after all, it's like, it's so easy to go down a rabbit hole. The object of this mission is to identify a viable setup and trade it. The object is to trade. And I'm talking to myself very definitely. Hey, Panda, how are you? Did you just get up, or did Mom give you more snacks, or what's the story? Huh? Sorry, I'm got mute here. You're supposed to stay in bed where I put you. Yeah, you. Don't look at me in that tone of voice. As I was saying a minute ago, we're not having a whole lot of luck here with our with our signals. This one was backwards. Now we may get a signal, but at this point, you've got to kind of have a look at what's happening and what's going on with the general context. The bigger picture is always important. If you want to squint your eyes, we're getting lower lows and higher highs. I realize that rhymes, but now we could have a signal. I'm not saying we're going to, but it would be fun if we did. This bar qualifies. If this bar comes up through and closes above the IB high, we will have our A signal. I have no clue whether that even remotely intend to happen or not, but at least the previous bar would be in place. And then we would need a pullback to the pullback zone and back to the trigger for the short, or less likely continuation to the continuation zone, pull for the trigger. I don't know what I would be. I think I would take either trade that presents itself as far as the signal goes, and I'm going to be getting ready to head out for the midday health break here in a minute, and I'm so flipping tired. What I want to do is a nap break, but and it's going the wrong way, boys and girls. Going the wrong way. Such is life. Oh, look at there. Oh, well, I don't know what that might be. I'd say somebody said something there. So to go over this just once more and not confuse, I need to have my signals in sequence, A, B, C, A, B trigger. We may actually get an A here pretty quick if we get one more up bar. Well, finally, will it close up there? Not yet. Man, you gotta be kidding me. We didn't do it again. This is some sort of sign from God. We're on a mission from God. Quote the Blues Brothers. Look at that. All this had to do was one more tick and it would have been an A. Well, I guess it's pretty obvious this is not going to be a trading day. Or at least it doesn't seem likely right now. We've got to go through a whole nother section of 2 bars, which is, pretty easily done right now. We go up now and close. Nope, ain't gonna work. If that close comes down below, that won't work either. It's got to be the high. Never mind. Boy, they're teasing us, aren't they? Oh, you guys are starting to really irritate me. I'm going to start calling them names here in a minute. In case you're wondering why I'm doing 1 minute here, oh yeah, it's irritating. That's the best for backtesting. Typically on my other charts, it's Renko because I want to try to get away from time. Just throwing that out there. Look at this. Unfortunately now, to repeat for the umpteenth time, had this been the proper lead bar, there was the IBA signal approaching the continuation zone as opposed to the pullback zone. But what's the reality of all this? Nothing. No trade on the foreseeable future, in the foreseeable future at this point. Well, I wanted to take a nap. I wanted to make a trade. And it looks like I'm washing out on all fronts. Look at this damn thing, huh? But we can imagine what's going on here. Or maybe not. I think I'll look at what UPS or Amazon brought. Maybe it'd be like Christmas. Not even for me. Everything else is not for me. This is definitely not my day. Well, there's the B. If I only had an A. What was that song from? The Wizard of Oz. Yeah. Well, we can pretend here. If you, let's pretend that this was a proper lead bar. This would be an A. This would be a proper B for the continuation trade. Now, what that would signal, we would have the trigger signal when the next bar touches into the signal or the trigger range, at which point we would go long. Because the signals A, B, pullback, trigger is for the IB continuation. And we didn't get that either, so there. They are just really jerking my chain. Let's see let's look at something fun. Let's look at rhythmic. Trader dashboard. Okay. So let's think about this. Why are we having all of these? Ooh, there's a big one. Why are, now that's stopped, right? 518 of them. There's some of that fuel I said was building up here. Boop. Now, back to the thinking here. What's happening? What's the overlying or overreaching observation? None of these frickin' bars are very tall. Let's see what they are. Range. And it didn't give you the range. High, low. There's two handles. Two and a half handles. Does that bear out with our ATR? Well, it sure as hell does. Two handles. So what would that say to me? That would say that the probability of getting into these zones and back to the trigger is probably reduced significantly because it's 3 points from the IB to the lower or the closest pullback, continuation or pullback zone. And if you notice, we're just kind of fluffing around inside of them. I'm not sure what that means or what you do with it, but that's clearly what's happening is we've settled into a real tight ATR in the 1 minute. And chances of getting anywhere now are slim and none, huh? When that train left the station, it had two lights on behind. right? To quote Brother Mick and Keith. And nothing here. I don't know what to say. I mean, I know what to say. I'm thinking good night. I'm thinking adios. Very definitely. You couldn't possibly imagine that to be any more of a rotational day, I wouldn't guess. Looking at this distribution, it looks a little different, but now it's starting to build. It's starting to flesh out over here. So, yeah. Oh boy, so excited. I just can't hide it. One thing that you definitely don't want to do is make up a reason to trade. I will not, so I'm not worried about that. But I would have liked to see something happen because I want to, frankly, I would like to throw a trade on because I want to see what the hell is going to happen with IRT and Bookmap and everybody else here. On Bookmap, I'm not worried about, except that, the IRT throws some random trade out there and it shows up on Bookmap and Bookmap executes. But it's not OCO and it's out of sequence. And where the hell did that come from? Happened yesterday. Worked out in my favor. So go back to 3 hours and 12 minutes in and realize why that's a really, really bad thing to have happen. In this case, it wasn't my error. It was something going on with the platforms, but it did work out in my favor, fortunately. So good for me, I guess. But it's not. That's not good when that happens, as I just mentioned. Nothing here. Sorry about that. So we are 3 hours and 50 minutes into the stream. That's about damn near a little bit more than half. The stream is typically 7 hours every trading day. Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time with the setup, the pre-market statistics, analysis of overnight, what I'm expecting. And then here we go through the day until the cash close at about 1,500. And just a word here about all the signals that you see flashing around. I have not made any effort to code these signal markers so that they only occur sequentially. That's how the rules work on the actual trading system. Absolutely. And these levels are coded indicators which accurately reflect the levels for the rules used in the trading system. The signals accurately reflect the rules in the trading system. But in the trading system, they only fire sequentially. A, B, trigger. And I realize when somebody just drops in here, they're going, what the hell is this? Can this guy not spell or what? There's A's and B's and arrows and stuff going all over. This is my chart to let me confirm for myself visually that these signals and rules are firing when I expect and where I expect. And I know, and I realize this is redundant to people who've been here most of the stream today, but I realize that I know I has to be an A, and then there has to be a B, and then there has to be a trigger, either long or short. So there you go. Just for sake of explanation. Look at this shit. Ugh. And, there's a lot of people out there that that maybe aren't rearview mirror guys or phonies, but actually are trading mean reversion. And they're pretty happy about life today. And I'm really happy for them. That's great. Once again, this is not my way or the highway. This is my way and what I'm trying to refine. And I'm doing it with full transparency and accountability. And happy to share, my setups and my session prices and all that. So smack a thumbs up, subscribe, drop something in the chat. Where are you? Who are you? Where are you from? This makes sense. This is complete crap. I'm a big boy with pretty thick skin. I've not ever understood the concept of trolls, but I suppose there's some sort of psychological thing about it. I think it kind of falls into the same category as, some fat turd with a beer on the couch screaming and yelling that he knows more about coaching than the coach on TV. You know what I mean? Whatever they call them, couch quarterbacks or couch, whatever it is. You know what I mean? It's like, well, if you were such a genius, why aren't you on the other side of the TV? If you can trade, and this is another really, really important thing. If you've got a trading system that works really well, much better than this one, drop it in here, share it, speak up. This is where I started vetting because I realized I believe it's important to statistically determine if a specific setup has an edge or an expectancy, and over what period of time, how many consecutive losses in a row should I expect? Winners in a row should I expect? What's the expectancy, which is calculated by win rate and average loss? By the way, win rate by itself is just absolutely stupid clickbait, completely meaningless. It seems to have a really big following. I think it's a following by the same sort of folks who are more new to trading and believe the You know, I trade this one setup every day for 10 minutes and I turn $100 into 90 million or whatever, all that YouTube crap. Or the ones that get me the most are the same YouTube person that this is the ultimate opening range breakout. And then they'll post 5 different ones every couple of 3 weeks. Well, was the first one the ultimate, or is this one, or what is it? It's because they are not making money trading. They're mining new traders that don't know any better, I think. That's where the win rate crap comes in. You can have a win rate of 90%, take 10 trades and go broke. Win rate by itself is just meaningless clickbait. It is the risk-reward ratio, and if you want to be even more accurate, you calculate your expectancy, which uses win rate, and the formula is real simple. So, here you go. It's win rate times average winner minus loss rate times average loser. That gives you the expectancy over the number of, whatever number of trades you calculated those values on. And I strongly recommend that you pick a large enough data set that you're outside the possibility of random distribution. And the bigger the better, And random distribution is real simple. Everybody knows a coin is 50-50. Flip a coin 10 times. Nobody is surprised to have more heads than tails or vice versa. That's random distribution. Flip the coin 100 times, 1,000 times. The more times you do flip, the closer you'll come to 50-50. Basic statistics, boys and girls. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. This is got all screwed up there and forgot something. This is, hold on. Okay, this is a random, trading. The market is a random environment. Absolutely. I'm waiting for the clock to tick. Sorry about that. Okay, so to approach trading or to develop your trading business as opposed to a video game or gambling, a statistically driven business of probabilities where you can expect consistent profitability, you have to understand a few things and follow the principles, I believe. They are that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. This is a binary event right here. Price can only tick up or down. Can't go sideways, can't go diagonal, just got to go up or down. Boop, that's binary. Like a coin flip. And this market is random. It's a random environment. There are millions of traders voicing their opinion every second, every tick. Can you imagine how random that is? Now, maybe if there was a nuclear blast somewhere that wiped out England or something and the whole world knew about it, they might all short at the same time. That might be as close as we could ever get to a consensus and a predictable market, actually. Otherwise, it's random. And something that you hear every day, everywhere, and probably don't pay any attention to is future results, or future, results don't have anything to do with outcome, or, whichever way you want to look at that statement with the next trade. The outcome of the next trade is not based on past results. Past results are not indicative of the future outcome. A lot of different ways to say that, but you know what I'm talking about. And it's a statistical point, not just some lawyer boilerplate. All of this trade gives you an idea we're going up, but it has no effect on whether this is going to tick up or down. Past performance is not indicative of future results, I think is the accepted way to say it. And there we are. Bobbling higher. If you look at it from a old-fashioned way, we're getting higher lows and higher highs. So that's an uptrend kind of. But the way to approach this as a business is to identify a setup and the parameters that qualify an entry for the setup. Capture and backtest or backtest as large a sample set of that setup and criteria as you can, and determine statistically if it has an edge or not, or an expectancy. And if it does, then you take every example of that presents in the live market, and you lean on the law of large numbers to compound that expectancy to your account. Not some epiphany that I had. This is the recognized truth by the most successful hedge fund and traders in the world. All of them. Go Google one and find out one that says otherwise, and then let me know. Ed Thorpe, Ray Tudor, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Jim Simmons, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, Tom B, Rod, pick one. Mark Douglas. Any successful trader you listen to or read anywhere talks about occurrences, law of large numbers, probabilities. Some more than others, but they all believe it. And it's because it's true. It is also the business principle of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They only play games which they have predefined, have an expectancy. On the casino floor, their only mission in life is to play that game without emotion as many times as they can, because they are relying on the law of large numbers to compound the expectancy. They know gamblers will win. We know we'll take stops. When a gambler wins, the pit boss doesn't run over and shoot the dealer and change all the rules. They just go, hey, congratulations, get this guy a drink and deal the next hand. Boop, that's all there's to it. That is the law of large numbers and a business of expectancy or probabilities. Now, if you don't want to believe the fact that past performance is not indicative of future results as a statistical fact, there is actually a well-known phenomenon in gambling in the casino world called the gambler's fallacy. And you can Google it. It's real simple. Let's apply it to roulette. Oh, man. We've had 10 blacks in a row. The chance of another black has got to be 0. I'm putting all in on red. Boy, the casinos love it. Because they know that the probability of the next spin is, if it were an even wheel, 50-50. It's an uneven wheel because they added a 0 in Europe, a green 0. And in the States, they added a green 0 and a green 00, further skewing the odds to the house. They love the gambler's fallacy. That's like, doubling down on a Martindale. I mean, that kind of flawed statistical logic will cost you a lot of money if you're trading your own thing. So that's my spiel about the trading as a business and not a video game or gambling, and why I'm so fixated on backtesting and developing these statistically proven and vetted setups. You hear about, I took a vetted setup, structured trade, all over the place. And even in the TLab, you hear guys at right, left, and center, up, down, and backwards saying that every day, posting that all the time. And I've asked a few of them. I don't go there much anymore because I'm busy here and I want to focus here. I've asked them, can you share that data? What's the probability of that? Dead silence, crickets. Because it's bullshit. It's just it's a phrase they use. Make themselves feel better, maybe? I don't know. There are a few traders that have actually vetted something, but the majority of the trades they call out that way is bullshit. And I can tell you it's 12 o'clock because little Miss Humpty Dumpty just started talking right there. There you go. There's the news conference. There's random risk in action. And my mouse is going on auto hold. I'm going to get geared up and go out for my 4-miler. Now, I'm going to leave y'all in charge of this. And when I come back, I expect to see a lot of profit. Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to fire up the music here to something different. I don't know why that classical thing didn't work. I'm going to try that one. Now let's do the other one. Let's do this one. Where am I? Somewhere I want something there. Where is it? There we go. Let's do the, whatever that's called. All right. So little Susie Cream Cheese is having her way with having her way with the market. Agent Orange and the critical risk band are taking the stage at 1400. It's just all breaking our way here. I think it's real important to realize the fact that all of this are interesting to me. I don't know about real important, that all of this drama here and no signals, just look at the size of each one of those 1-minute candles. That's all within, easily within, no more than 3-handle ATR. Unlike here and here. And here's an A, finally. We finally got one. No, we didn't. That doesn't look right to me because this close is equal to, should be, that can't be correct. Oh, yes, it can. What am I doing? This is the previous bar. This is the lead bar, and this is the signal. The open is below the IB, and the close is above it, just by a whisker. But hey, there you go. And now we're up here at the A. Are we going to get to a B? That would be in here. And then come down for the trigger. With Susie Cream Cheese talking over there, I don't think I'm going to be I don't want to be trading during a news event, even though I'm bored like everybody. I would like to be in the trade like everybody, but that's not my business plan. You know, I'm going to go out and listen to YouTube and listen to the stream on YouTube and get my 4 miles in today. And hopefully live to see a better trading day than this bitch. That's for sure. Okay, when you guys get rich, somebody split it with me, okay? There you go. What screen to leave it up? Here are the signals, for what that's worth. There's the full session in Renko. And here is somewhere is bookmap. I guess I'll leave bookmap up alive and well, and I'm gonna go stretch them out and get out the door here. I'll be back pretty quick. Well, that was a fun walk. Was monitoring the stream from my phone, so that little pop-up that's down there in the middle of bookmap, you notice doesn't have any effect on the bookmap data flow or charting. That's to signal me that there is a delay in Dropbox indexing the CSV file for the session prices. Is ridiculous, but that's what it is. Happens now and then. And where are we? We did take out the POC, yep, and we took out the MCVPOC, so I can change that to black. We didn't get any signals that I am aware of. Let's go look at that. No. Boy, wouldn't it have been nice? Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Yes. Boy, that's irritating. There's the A signal. B. Trigger for a long. Continuation long. God damn. That's an expensive walk, huh? That's expensive 4 miles or whatever I did. Man, that's irritating. Let me be sure of that. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Are you watching? No, sorry. I'm so busy being mad I didn't pay attention here. There's the A. And the B trigger, which is not what I think it should be. I'm going to set these sequentially. So there's A, here's B, and there's a trigger, the first trigger, at which I would have gone long. No heat. Jesus. I don't know what to do. I guess I just have to start going on this hike and whatnot after the market. I have a lot of things to do then, but I mean, you know, get our daughter ready and get her to school and all that stuff. But something's got to happen here. That's ridiculous. That's pretty ridiculous. Man, that's enough to piss off the Pope, isn't it? Certainly is me. Yeah, that's about right. I only got 3 miles. Boo. I thought I walked faster than 3 miles, went faster than 3 miles an hour, but I guess not. Well, now, if you resort back to refer back to the 2 minutes and 2 hours and 20 minutes in, you can hear my my conversation about your monkey mind and FOMO and all that stuff. And yeah, right now, most of those things are happening. Regret, anger, FOMO. Just, you know, I guess I just have to stay glued here until the session cash close and figure out a way to get the workout in after the cash market, I guess, and before I take TAM. Boy, that's irritating. Oh well, it worked perfectly though. See, here's the signal. You see how the sequence runs, and here's the signal. There's the A. Doodle 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 B. Another B, and the trigger. Bam. Up you go on A. And if you're trailing and not vetting a trade where you have specifically hard fixed T1 and T2, obviously my T1 and my stop are absolutely hard fixed. But once you're risk neutral, then for example, price gets up here, you can trail the stop up below these below these pullbacks here, and see where you go. You can manage the trade after that any way you want to. Let's just see what we would have done here. 60, let's call it 66. Oh hell, 66, 78. Right there would have been T2. So this is almost double. I'm so pleased. Okay, now let's calm down a second here. I can tell you exactly why I don't feel nearly as bad if you go back in the stream to, I don't know, I guess about 4 hours in would be about it. I intentionally decided to go off on my journey because of the press conference, and which is an recognize potential critical risk. And the minute she started talking, we had this. Now, I got ready and went, and, you know, in hindsight, like all good rearview mirror traders, boy, isn't that sweet. Right here it is. There she started talking, and then this happened, and then this, and then up we went. Now, that is 100% rearview mirror trading and absolute crap. Anybody can do that. Your, 5-year-old can do that. I didn't take it, and I was out on my journey, run because I wanted to get away from the news. I thought it was a perfect opportunity. And we've got now the leader of the random risk band is going to be taking the airways at the top of the hour. So this is just a can't win for losing. I guess what I should have done in hindsight, and I'll remember this next time, is monitor what happens with the press conference, because she typically doesn't have I don't think anything really earth-shaking to say often, which would have put me in this and out of this, and now well ahead of Trump, which is of course the ultimate potential risk. So yeah, still a pisser though, a bitter pill, shall we say. I'm so mad I'm gonna eat a banana. Granted, now, remember the rules. I guess I've been through this already, but it never hurts to do it again. A signal, then we need a B signal, then we need a trigger, the first of which is right here. So $12.25-ish was the signal for a no heat full Monty. Damn. I mean, it's obvious that if you're not in front of the market, you can't have winning trades, right? So I have nobody to be mad at but me. But my timing really sucks. No question about it. And also, I'm aware that the market is a continual stream of opportunities. There's never a missed opportunity. There's always just the next one. Except in about 15 or 20 minutes, we've got potential risk announcement from Donald J. Trump. Well, the take-home message here is I've got to adjust my schedule around so that I'm front and center on the market with the entire cash open. I mean, the stream is up, obviously, and I was actually even monitoring it on my phone, but no, I don't trade from my phone. And I can't change screens. I had left it on Bookmap, and I can't go back and look at the trigger chart here. So I just have to stand here and be pissed, at myself. What can I tell you? But hey, that's part of the game. That's part of the deal, I guess. It reminds me of an old saying from where I grew up, where you're going to be stupid, you got to be tough. I guess this applies. Now, I didn't take a trade and walk off and leave it or do anything like that, but I did leave the market. My excuse was that the press conference had started and I wasn't going to be active during a potential risk event like that. Turns out it was a perfect setup. A, B, trigger, till the cows come home up here. Double. The actual second target is right here at 68. And so it could have had a lot more to go if I'd have milked it right or managed it right, but really disappointing on a lot of levels. I wanted to make sure this was all working, be sure that IRT wasn't just arbitrarily firing off orders like yesterday, and because Monday will be the live account, assuming that everything goes. I get some confirmation tomorrow. I will not go on the live account until I have, clear confirmation in my mind, and I'm confident that there's not going to be any surprise trading going on that I'm not expecting, as there was yesterday. I'm sure it was my fault, don't get me wrong. I'm sure I had not closed off the trade system or, something like that I had overlooked, because it's never really been a thing that I've worried about. I've never had that component. So I guess that's part of what surprised me yesterday too, was the fact that I have had this exact setup for months and never had that happen. And taking trades, I don't trade a lot, but say 2 or 3 trades a week, for example, during that period when I was vetting that setup. Never had that happen. So I was taken back yesterday. She said. Anyway, okay. I will stop harping about it, but let that be a lesson. You never can tell when an opportunity will present itself. So, what is it they say, that good luck is when hard work and preparation meets opportunity. And right here it was. Waited all morning for the signal. Went through all of this, no signal, until right there. And then everything went as clockwork for the IB continuation long. And there you go. Which is, reassuring. Now, I'll be able to run this as far as the back testing, no problem. But this would have been on the AMP back test or paper trade or whatever you call that, thing. So I would have been able to test out all the different functions there. Make sure there's not some surprise. Because I've never traded on that with AMP brokerage and their connection to Rhythmic, etc. Several others, but never that one. So here you are. And here we are. And there we are. The joy of trading, boys and girls. Thanks a lot for stopping through. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe and drop something in the chat. It's nice to see some people coming through. It's a lonely game, trading. If you approach trading seriously as a business, it takes a special breed of cat. I think I am one because I've spent most of my life working, having my own business, and working on my own if necessary, like this. So it's not a big deal for me, but it drives a lot of people crazy. And I'll be the first to say it's nice to say hi to Richard or whoever's comes through, and Antonio or Richard or Alec or friends and stuff. It's great. So drop something in the chat. Be interested to know where you're from, and subscribe. That's great. If you've got 1,000 friends, have them subscribe, and then maybe the algorithm will push this thing around a bit more. Who knows? Or 10,000 friends. What do you think? I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but we're, within striking distance of the new all-time high. I guess everybody knows that, but right there. But in the ETH, this is the all-time high. In the RTH, it was taken out. Hold on. I may be. Yes, no, I'm correct. Now, very, very, very seldom do the US or the RTH traders allow a all-time high or a major level or a record like that to stand for very long. And this was on the 10th or the 9th of October here, so, it hasn't been long. I realize that I'm probably just a donut here, but boy, I wish I could there we go. I like to have it, I know this is redundant, but here we go some more. I like to have one point high on the scale, and always have the blue boy over there just visible. That way I know I've got the entire session in range. And like I said, I like to have it. I like to have it 1 point high. Boy, that's irritating. Ugh. Now, I know I said this the last time, but Trump has taken the stage at the top of the hour. So let your conscience be your guide. Let your conscience be your guide. Man, oh man, did I ever screw screw the pooch on that one? Holy smokes. Something that's of interest, maybe. Looking back at the last 8 or 9 government shutdowns, the S&P, which of course the ES is representative, has traded higher in every one of those shutdowns. Up and to the right. And it doesn't look like it is not showing any, these last few days, except for Einstein with the, that we're going to put tariffs on million percent tariffs on China. This is what the market was doing until he pulled that stunt on Friday. Even so, it's basically winding its way back up out of there. So that's not, that is an atypical input or disruption right there. And it's certainly not showing any signs of getting bashful now, is it? Damn. Damn. This is one of the V reversal ideas that the static guys work. This was when she started the little news conference, and then here was the test, and here was the A signal and the B right here and the trigger, and then up we go. No looking back. Am I pissed? Yes. A, B, trigger, goodbye. Oop, still going up. Yeah, that's just magical. 30 handles, essentially. Yeah, essentially 30 handles. Great. Well, we're in the power hour. Now it's, the random risk has taken the stage, so I don't know what to tell you. I was not interested in the trade, didn't expect a trigger during the press conference, and that's why I left, because there was a press conference. I figured that would run into pretty much 1:30 and then 2 o'clock hour with the Trump thing. So that's why I went on my jaunt which I did. And yes, am I mad that I missed it? You bet. But hey, it happens, right? That's what they say anyway. And I will be standing here, but I'm not gonna, I guess I would have to say that the press lady has much less surprise capability for the market, whereas Trump is the supreme random risk person. So you never know what might happen. He may say something in the market go through the roof. Who the hell knows? Or fall out the bottom. Just, remember that 2 Fridays ago, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Everything was trading along right here, and bam. He posts on Truth Social, and 227.75 handles later, there we are. Pretty astounding. But, nobody had any, there's no way to plan for that, plan a mitigation for that. It's just, that's like an asteroid hitting you. What are you going to do? You don't even know. It's worse because you don't know it's coming with this guy. And obviously that's not the one and only or the first. That's one of many like that. So I'm still trying to figure out what to do. If anybody knows his secretary or his typist or something, can give me a heads up, I'd really appreciate it. That'd be pretty cool. That would be pretty darn cool. And I would suppose that this is probably gonna, I would think, go on for an hour probably. I don't know. I am assuming it's on now. I'm not certainly going to watch it live. That's for damn sure. Because I don't watch any of them live. I'm just not any. I'm interested in watching the market and listening to that. And you can see exactly what they say pretty much. So I have no. I have no desire for that. That's for sure. That is for sure. we'll do here now is we're well established into the power hour, and the random risk band is on the stage. I'm going to go back to the backtesting and run through that whole idea. This is obviously the backtest chart, and I've already gone through ad nauseam how these levels line up. What's important to understand now is the actual backtesting and the reason for all of this. And that is right here. This is the backtesting system. This is the initial balance. Hello. This is the initial balance system. Come on, Jesus. IRT, get it together. There we go. These are the rules that would be applied for both long and short IB failure and IB continuation trades. These rules and signals are what these custom indicators faithfully reproduce. So you know how that part works. I don't have to show that. I don't take it. These signals here. Now, what is great about this? First thing that you need to know about backtesting is with the backtest, this particular backtest engine, you have to create a rule for each long and each short. It's not like multi-brackets where you set up a bracket and then the software is clever enough when you're making a trade that it knows which way you're going. This is, you need to tell it specifically what to do in the backtest engine here. And the way you do it, and what makes this so so convenient and expeditious is you can accurately backtest over a large data set, which if you tried to do it manually, even with a setup, this started out being my setup of the rules so that I could just scroll back and manually backtest, any particular trade, and then keep that data. Try to vet the data. Well, I realized pretty quick that I'd be older than Methuselah before that happened. So I created this, or ended up building this. And the way you do it here is you set up however many days back you want to go, and let's make it fast. Let's do 10 quickly. The instrument, the contracts, commissions, and fees, if you want to figure them into this. There's the session override for just a day session only. The reports I want to have. And okay. Want to see how long that backtest takes. Oh, took a second. It took 1 second to go over 10 trading days, 1 minute bars, and evaluate each of these rules over each 1 minute bar in 10 trading days. It took 16 trades, 8 long, 8 short, and all this other stuff. Here's the breakdown. There's 5 winners and 3 losers and 16 trades in total, meaning that the difference between 8 and 16, which is about 8, the way I calculated, or scratch. There's $750 is the winner, average winner is 6 1/4, and the losers. Now, seeing that the largest winner and the loser here is accurate by what I expect, 2 contracts at 12 ticks stop, in other words, 24 ticks is the total at a full stop, is $300. You have to use dollars here in IRT in this backtesting, and I haven't figured out a way to change it to ticks. And I know that 750 is 2 contracts to both targets, so that helps. Here we have 3 consecutive winners, and over here there's 2 consecutive losers. Now, to take it one step further, what I've done is put this little tool together quickly. When I look back at 10 days, there's a total of 16 trades. There are 5 winners and 3 losers. Average loser is $300, and the average winner is, let's call it 6 1/4. Our win rate is 56.25%. There are 8 scratches. Our loss rate is 43.75. Expectancy is $223 per trade. Contract, and the profit factor is 1.67, and there was 1.6 trades per day. Boop. Now those are some statistics you can work with, and consider that you've vetted the trade, and move on. That was pretty easy, right? So let's do this one. Oh, and here's something else I forgot to show you. Oh, that's not the right one. All right. I'll show you in the next one. Let's do 500 days. What do you think about that? How long do you think that'll take? Took 5 seconds to evaluate all of these rules over every 1-minute bar in 493 trading days for a total of 714 trades. Long, short, winners, winners and losers, total trades. And I know the issue right here. This is May 1st, 2024. For some reason, it takes an IB failure short. It achieves a T1 scale, and then instead of taking the T2, it goes to the end of day. Now, that would be a lovely surprise, wouldn't it? Rather than 750, you made 3,337, but that's not correct for my backtesting. So if I was interested in these totals, I would remove that data, but I don't really care, because what I'm looking for and what I'm looking at is this. There's 500 days. There's 714 total trades. There's 253 wins. 215 losers. Average loss is 296. And why that is, I don't know. I would have thought, I haven't given it really a lot of thought, but I would have thought $300. But anyway, that's because I can tell you exactly why. Rather than get to the full stop, it took an end of day exit, which was a little bit less than the full 24 ticks. That's exactly what. And then we have over here the 657.41. Bam, there you go. There's 246 scratches, 52.6% win rate, 47.34 loss rate, 205 expectancy, profit factor 1.18, and trades per day is 1.24. Now, here's something that's pretty important to consider, and this is why backtesting is important. There's 9 consecutive winners in a row. That means that there's 9 times 750 that you got in a row. So you're feeling pretty good about that. But how about over here? There's 7 losers in a row. So let's take it at $300 instead of this average. That's $2,100. So you took a $2,100 drawdown consecutively. Think back to the setting up that 2-lot risk neutral package. You have to consider whether this potential drawdown, now it's over 500 days, don't forget, but you have to, this is the possibility of random distribution. Okay, it could be more, could be less, but that's the possibility of it. So is $2,100 drawdown consecutively, what impact does that have on your account? Is that too much percentage? Is that, or if you're a prop guy, is that over your daily drawdown or your loss limit, whatever, you know? You need to think about, that's the kind of stuff you need to factor in. The next thing that's important to know is right here. There is every trade, 400 and whatever it was, or 714 of them. The date, the hour, the second, the entry type, the exit result, and the P&L. For every trade, from every day going back to November 27th, 2023. That is a backtest. Now, the next thing you can do, which is extremely cool and required, is when you backtest, you do a look back, and then you optimize, and then you do a forward test. So you do a backtest from all of the beginning of the data to the end of 2024. You take that back test and then you optimize it. And once that data or that strategy has been optimized, you change the back test parameters and you run the optimized strategy over untested data. In other words, you go from the 1st of January 2025 through today. And you can see exactly how that optimized backtest would work on current data or forward test. It's got some pretty cool features. And now that I have this one, in my opinion, this one is pretty thoroughly backtested and vetted, I'll start the next. There you go. But again, I'm going to keep this in play mode, sim mode, until, even though it's on the new funded broker, I'm going to keep it in sim mode until I'm sure everything's working as I expect it to. This crap yesterday really put me off. I don't want that happening in the real world, right? So there we have it. The bottom of the hour, I'll do the recap. And then the top of the hour, at 1500 is the end of the cash close, and I will shut the stream down and be back up at 1500. Well, he's not getting any press out of it yet. So that's kind of suspicious. Okay. I wonder how long they're going to think that I guess it's just an excuse to use Intel and spend money and that sort of thing. So thanks for stopping by the stream. I appreciate that. Thumbs up, subscribe, drop something in the chat. It'd be cool. And yeah, I'll be back here in a couple of minutes for the recap, and then we'll watch for the market on closing balance and shut down the day at the top of the hour. Cash close. Okay, here we go. Let's do the recap-a-rooney here. Well, pretty obviously what our day was like. An up day, all day. And yes, I'm upset that I missed that only signal that I had all day. After having watched for it diligently the entire time. IRT. There we are. We talked about the potential for responsive buying for some profit taking at the open, and that's pretty much what we got. And then it's continued for the day. This is the NQ. Here's our micro composite or higher time frame chart. This is a RTH session only. These are daily bars, and wherever price overlaps, I include a volume profile around them. That produces a micro composite VPOC. These red and green lines you see are the high and low volume nodes for this volume profile, and those values push to bookmap. Now, when the session closes, I'll include this bar today in this volume profile, and that will give us a new micro composite volume POC. This is the market profile, and then I also plot, I think I probably mentioned this, but I plot the micros, same story. So there we have that. What is the volume at this point? Our range has come way back down for the ATR again. We're down to about 1.25 points per 1 minute bar. Volume has stayed pretty much in the mid low 80s all day. Interesting. This is the world famous trigger chart and backtesting setup. I've gone over this ad nauseum, but here we go again. These levels are only start plotting at 9:30 because they are surrounding. This is for the initial balance trades. No signal, no signal, no signal, signal. A, B, trigger for the long. And there you go. Boy, am I disappointed that I was out on my 4-miler and missed that one. I left thinking that this happened the minute the press conference started. I was not going to be involved in that kind of a critical environment, unknowing what she may say. Now we have a similar situation with Trump, but not much happening. Started at 2, nothing going on that I see. Well, that's how it works. And I'm disappointed because I wanted to make sure the functioning was correct before this is the live account now. I've already, you can go back to the warning and just about Topstep. Really disappointing, but in about 1 hour in, there's a real serious warning and with backups, and I have all the evidence, so pretty disappointing. There we are. From a news point of view, I use 2 news sources. One is investing.com. Here's today's reports. Nothing because of the shutdown. Tomorrow, well. Core CPI, S&P Global. Now, are we going to get all this stuff with the government down? I don't know about that. The Michigan report, which we will get down here, is definitely coming out. And that's been a market mover, always. New home sales, probably. I don't know about the CPI. I would have thought that was government, but consumer price index? I don't know. It might be private. I'd have to look into that, frankly. And also, we are in earnings season, so that's an important thing to know. Here's today. Tomorrow is basically nothing. And then we pick it back up on Monday and Tuesday. This is all free, by the way. And you can set this up whatever suits you by your filter, filter for your country, for what reports you want, what your time zone is, how many stars you want in any of this stuff. And the second one that I use, is Financial Juice. Again, you can filter it. It has a similar calendar or docket function over here. They tend to be a little more responsive to getting White House-y stuff and, press briefings and Trump's announcement in there, which I don't think you could see. Certainly wasn't in the investing.com calendar because it's not an official thing. Right. That's why it's a different color. But anyway, there's that. And the right side here is a little more of a squawk box idea. So this is where we'll see the market on close and balance posted here at 1450. So there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, boys and girls. And I'm not going to get involved in anything here. There will be no signal, no trade for me to take, and I'll be just pretty thoroughly disappointed in myself right here. But nothing to do about it. And here we go. These are the NQ, or the ES Mini Renko chart. NQ Mini Renko. As I said, the daily, my higher time frame version. And happened to gold. Gold is okay today. I guess they took a pretty good sell-off yesterday. Wow, 0.72%, no, 175% positive change today. I wonder if this is the right contract. I don't even know. I don't trade gold enough or crude to remember, to be honest with you. Probably should take them off of this thing. Or just confirm that it's the current contract. I think it is, but what's the volume? Maybe not. It looks pretty light. I wish it just automatically rolled the front month. Roll over future. Let's see what happens here. See if we can break something. No, we're in the front month. Okay. Oh, that is the front month contract on gold. Pretty handy, huh? One thing that I've not pointed out today, I don't think, that may be of interest, is you see this black volume profile? That's the over data. That's all data. That goes back to December 22nd, 2021. And yes, I know there was no Z5 contract 4 years ago, but it looks at the continuous contract and lets you know what the current contract is. There you go. By golly. And we're going to have the market on close, top of the hour at 50, and the cash close, top of the hour. Here's our last, well, not the last one, but a late moment volume profile shift, migrating volume profile. And how can we anticipate that and sound like a guru? Well, it's just the numbers. The very minute 1251.21. The very second this was bigger than 1251.21, in other words, 1251.22, this migrated here, period. That's all it is. The POC is nothing more than a marker, the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. And there is 20 minutes left in this cash session. It could move again. But that's how it works. And that's all you need to remember. There's no indicators on my charts or my book map or anywhere. There's a VWAP for the RTH and the view and the full session. If you want to call that an indicator, okay, it is calculated. I agree with you. Volume weighted average price. This is the mid for the RTH. POC for the RTH and a POC for the full session. The full session is a little bit darker or muted yellow than the RTH session. And there you go. The levels are straightforward. I hope everybody understands that. The IB high and low sometimes confuse people, and they shouldn't, because the naming may be a little goofy. It stands for initial balance, which is an old market profile term. But these two levels are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. I'm not saying trading's easy, but it doesn't have to be mysterious, complicated, or confusing. All right? There's the basics. Trading itself, you need to get your head around, but this stuff that so many people try to make seem like it's some sort of wizardry and, you got to have a magic wand, a pointy hat, whatever. That's not the case. So we got about 7.5 minutes to that market on close imbalance, and then top of the hour's cash close. All right, boys and girls, what are we doing here? What's this little dipsy doodle here over now? You can have a lot of stuff on these on this book map, heat map that I don't use. All kinds of colors and balls all over the place and big, big stuff and, sweeps and accumulation. And this is what I find, okay, these are stops, and these volume dots are based on delta, and the size is kind of based on their relative size. And I like the black and white with just the gray shading for the liquidity. There's 300 contracts laying at the 70 handle here, and there they are. They were in earlier in the day, they lifted off, and now they're back. That's good enough for me. These levels are driven by the exact same data as the cloud notes prices, both pushed from IRT at the same time. This is an indicator you buy from a Bookmap, and this is part and parcel of this is called the cloud note column, and you can do this yourself. Do both of them yourself if you want to. And I also included in this indicator, I worked in my pullback and continuation zones from my backtesting or my trigger chart. Ugh. 3 minutes to the market on close. Not that that's a big deal. Probably happened and we won't even know it. It used to be a pretty big deal. But anymore if it's not some sort of character on the talking on the microphone there, market kind of subdued. Definitely a different world. All right, 2 minutes. Darn disappointing, I tell you. Oh boy, here we go. 30 seconds. This is about gonna be a non-event, I'm sure. $15 seconds, 10 seconds. See some, there you go. There's the market on close right there. See that little drop, little run? And in a minute, that'll show up over here on the, now that we're actually getting some movement out of it. A little more typical for the way it used to react, actually. And here in a minute or so, we'll get the update on the financial juice. I certainly don't trade that. It's got nothing to do with any trade of mine. There they are. Market on close and balance. Well, here, this is a pretty juicy one here. It's 3,088,000,000 sell side imbalance S&P 500. 1,666,000,000 sell side NAS 100, 985 million and the Dow, and 848 million Mag 7, all sell side. I can't even, I can't relate to that. I think about 2 and 4 lots, Imagine 3 billion contracts. I can't, what is that worth per tick? It's a phenomenal market, Truly phenomenal. Truly phenomenal. So there we have it. And now what's going to happen is they're going to just fuss around. There may be some sort of a market on closing swing trade, which I'm not going to be part of either. Or, and I'm going to get ready to put on my soccer dad hat and get all the... Hey, Panda, where were you? Did you have a big nap, Okay. She's in here complaining that her snack bowl is empty and I better get myself in gear quick. I know what's good for me. So, the most important tool you'll have is on your side of the monitor. Take care of it. Get some exercise, rest your eyes, get the short focus, focus your eyes down the street, on the horizon, a long way, natural light. When we sit in front of these screens, our short focus eye muscles are in constant contraction. That's like having your fist clenched for hours at a time. It's not, you need to take care of it. All the crap money we spend and stuff we do about programs and platforms and monitors and, all the gear. And the most important thing that interprets all of that data, all of those outside inputs, and then makes financial decisions for you and your family is between your ears and your eyes. So take care of it. Be aware. Always, stay healthy. Be hydrated. Be aware if you're having any kind of monkey mind stuff and emotional, adrenaline, whatever. Be damn sure if you're on emotional tilt for whatever reason. Don't trade. What the hell? The market's here all the time, every day. So, 5 minutes left in this cash close, and I will I'll wind it down at the top of the hour and be back every day, every trading day at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time in the morning for the setup and the pre-market and the analysis of the reporting that's coming for the day and what we did overnight and how I expect the market will trade out in the morning. And there you go. 5 minutes. What, Panda? What are you yelling? Okay. Thanks for coming by. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe, throw something in the chat. Appreciate it. Three minutes. Okay. A little bit of a market on close. Liquidity's jamming in there pretty well. I still can't conceive of if there's a 3 plus something or another billion market on close imbalance sell side. That means that there are 3 billion orders on the sell side waiting for market on close. Just amazed that that doesn't have a bigger impact on the market. I gotta Google that tonight or over the weekend when I have more time to spend thinking about it. You know what I mean? Think about it. They talk about, well, you know, you want a liquid market, and we're talking about 50, 60 contracts here. Here's 100. A billion, for Christ's sake. Something's got to be wrong there. I must have that interpreted incorrectly or not be understanding, because I would think that would wipe the book out 2 or 3 times over. You know? If a stop run or a liquidity vacuum can take out 5 or 6 levels, Jesus, you know? Doesn't make sense to me. But that's, you know, I'm an old cowboy from Montana, so that doesn't, I'm easy to confuse sometimes. And there's the liquidity piling in on either side of it. They're pretty happy to keep it where it is, it looks like. All right. We approach the witching hour here. About 30 seconds left in the cash market. Be sure you hit the thumbs up and the bell, or save, or do something, and or just remember that every morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, every trading morning, the stream starts with pre-market and setup and all that stuff. All those important things every day. Every day, every way. So have a great evening. Go out and do something for your health, your family, your eyes. Get away from the screens. Get a fresh outlook. And there you go. There is the close. I don't know if that's a clap or not, but I think so. All right. Have a great night, and I will be back in the morning.